Hello there, you spectacular specimens of humankind, you happy-go-lucky scams of individuals, ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside between. Delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the raiders, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage. I tell you, the absolute outrage of you coming in here with all of these beautiful people. I'm flabbergasted. My gastids are flabbered. My gastids are flabbered, Eris. Thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Welcome on in. What were you up to today? You were doing some just chatting. What were you chatting about? What were you chatting about? Tell me all about it. Friends, if you're new here, two things you need to know about this channel. One, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. Two, if you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. I've got to ask you to leave, for I am a colossal filth wizard, and I don't be corrupting the ears of the young. It's not what I'm about. No. What were you chatting about today? What was going on? The nerve of me. I know, right? What are the chances? What was the topic of your conversation? Normally you play games and stuff. People from my stream going, you know Eris. People from my stream, you know Eris. Eris is here every fucking stream. I know, because their stream streak is ridiculously long. Like Razot has 115 streams you've been streaking through here. And Aelith Zana with 20 streams. Scandalous. A lot of you. Put some clothes on. The sun is going down. The wind is picking up. I know, I just went outside to pull some washing in. My nipples like bullets. It was wild, all right? It was wild. Milky Pork, come here, cheeky devil.
Yeah.
What you like claiming cheeky as is? Major Jiggle coming in with the prime, the 2 months. The corruption is settling in very nicely indeed. Thank you very much. You can use your prime anywhere and you choose to use it here. That means the world to me. That means the world to me, you cheeky devil. I will say hello to everybody momentarily.
Most kind.
Well, 67 months, I don't know what to say really. My brain is mush today, but love it here, and listening to your dulcet tones is always a tonic for the noggin. Thanks, Val.
I am very glad to hear that. I am very glad to hear that my dulcet tones settle the old brain pan. Major Jiggle and Lunicorn666, your names are inscribed upon the mirror vein. By having your names upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. That is technically a metaphorical Snapchat, but you also get access to all the sexy early emotes and a discount on the merch store. But the most important thing, as well, you know, is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy, oh, yes, me, yeah, you know? Yeah, cheeky little devil, you. How's it going, Sam Barflay? Hello, Terry NB. You're exhausted, so one time match. You ease your way back into the wonderful world of Lurk. Oh, we don't call them lurkers, do we? The voices from the void. The watchers. They don't speak. They're lurkers. The watchers from the void. You know? Tin of Ginge, how you doing? Gilus, welcome on in. Lurk away, you cheeky devil. Rana, how you doing? How's it going? Aelith Zani, you cheeky little devil. Dabber Cogsworth, hello, you beautiful individual. Druidess of Midian, hello, indeed. Wolfhurst, welcome on in. Druidess of Midian, oh, I just said hello. Sealay Siren, how you doing? Yes, today's intro track was from a band called Sons of Icarus. They no longer exist anymore, but that was a song called Not Myself, which I am a big fan of their band. Or was when they were still around. Do you know what I mean? Dragon Lady Emma, you beautiful individual. How you doing? Welcome on in. Wolfhurst, hello, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, Greeto as well. Hello, you cheeky devil. How's it going? The cult of Ptolemy has graced this stream. Prepare the good news of our word of our deity. Oh, my lordy. Sawblade Manor, how you doing? How's it going? Adventurous Sky, you cheeky little devil. Hello, you beautiful human being. Beats, welcome on in. How's it going? The nerve of me doing chaos. I know. Everything and anything, mostly divulging in my trip over. Is this your first stream since you came over to the UK, Eris? Is this the first time you've had a chance to, like, catch up with some sleep and actually, you know, talk about all the things you got up to while you were over here in the UK? What people from Eris' stream? What did Eris say about Ken? Did Eris say that Ken was the most average thing that they'd ever experienced and that they would never, ever come back to the Ken ever again? Is that what they said? Salutations to you as well, One True Cripple. Hello, you cheeky devil. You're working, so you're gonna be lurking. No worries. I've noticed that it's been a quiet day for a lot of people today, so I understand if people are just feeling a bit quiet on the old front, you know. How are you spending my time with my boyfriend today? Ooh, I hope that you have wonderful, wonderful times. Don't, Dragon Lady, as much as I appreciate you being here, please be careful that you don't allow my delightful visage, my beautiful, beautiful face to distract you from your boyfriend. All right, make sure that you spend whatever time you need doing whatever it is that you and your partner thoroughly enjoy doing. Yes, Streaky Devils. Vexatious Quipster, hello, you beautiful individual. Welcome on in. Looking very chic today. Thank you very much. I've had a pretty lazy weekend. It doesn't happen very often. But I was finding myself to be feeling the ebbs, the creeping claws of overwhelm. Pheromones, hello, you beautiful individual. I don't lurk, I perv. You are welcome to do that here. Absolutely. Deathcore Damsel, how you doing? Yeah, so I was invited to a cabaret on Saturday night. I went to a party on Friday night in Halifax, which was an interesting party because my friend has just turned 40, but he had a theme. He had a fancy dress theme. And the fancy dress theme was dressed like you did when you were 21. So I had to find photos of what I looked like when I was 21. Turns out not that different. Turns out my boots were bigger. I wore more frills, but overall not massively different. But we did that. Came home on Friday night. And then I had my nephew's christening. Not my nephew's christening, my nephew's first Holy Communion, because my family are very religious. I'm not, but the family are. So we went to that, which was adorable, absolutely adorable. However, they had a very stereotypical South African Catholic priest who, there's a section in a Catholic mass called a homily, which is where the priest is permitted to go off on one, effectively. And they can talk about absolutely anything. There's a church that my parents go to where the priest is fucking excellent. He talks about how, like, love is the most important thing in the world, and, like, love for your neighbor, what have you. We need to stop with all of the boundaries. We need to stop with us versus them and all of that stuff. It's all about Christian love and sharing, like, knowledge and acceptance and kindness. And that was fucking amazing. This priest was very, I mean, it was the first Holy Communion, so it was like, these children of the age of 7 to 9 years old are all they're all committing to the Catholic Church now, and parents, you'd better bring them. You had better bring them to church every Sunday. They're children. They can't get here by themselves. You had better bring them. You are making a commitment. A commitment, I tell you. A commitment to bring your children to church every Sunday. If you don't, you are offending your church. You are offending God, and you are letting your children down. You are failures of parents. Failures of parents if you don't bring your children to church every Sunday. You have failed as a parent. How dare you? How dare you? Bring them here with any expectation less of bringing them to church as often as humanly possible. I was like, I literally was sat there the whole way through, staring dead into this guy's eyes, just like that. I was dressed like this as well. I was like, I really want you to pick a fight with me. And when I say fight, I mean like a theological fight. I was like, please, after the service, please come over and save my soul, please. Like, please. I turned to my brother. My brother was like, oh, I'm going to go back to my parents' house. And I was like, all right, no worries. That's all right. I'm going to hang around for a bit because I want to see if the priest wants a conversation. I really want... The priest disappeared. I wasn't around, unfortunately, which I was upset by because I would have loved a conversation with that priest. I can't help myself. It's great. It's one of those things. But I was like literally as dead... the whole way through his little homily. And then I turned to my mother once he'd finished and gone back on script. I turned to my mother and was like, what the ever-loving fuck was he talking about? My mother was like, it's okay. We can talk about it later. And I was like, he was so full of shit. I probably said it a little bit loud. I was like, he's so full of shit. So full of shit. Mother? And she was like, and this is the reason why we don't come here anymore, Val. This is the reason why we don't come to this church anymore, because he's like this all of the time. And I was like, no wonder he's trying to indoctrinate people and guilt trip people into coming to his service, because no one wants to fucking be here because he's shit. Because he condemns them for existing. The moldy little piss flap. Jesus. Anyway. So yeah, so that was my Saturday daytime. And then I actually, like I said, I was invited to a cabaret on Saturday night. And it was a cabaret run by friends of mine, starring friends of mine, like, and I just, like, as soon as it was suggested, I was like, oh, I really should go. I should go. I should support my friends. I've got just this, like, and I just ended up getting, like, I was like, what is this feeling? I don't get stressed like this. What the fuck? I wasn't feeling stressed. I was just feeling unusual. And I was like, am I fatigued? Something's off. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no to going out on Saturday night. I'm going to sit and watch a fucking movie instead, because something's off. And I need to work out what the fuck it is. I think I've just been pushing myself too hard. And not taking enough time, especially because of the fact that I've been, as the youth of today say, popping off on social medias. I have felt really conscious about checking my social media a lot. Like, I'm on 9 social media platforms. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've been checking my social media a lot. I've been like, okay, I need to respond to all these comments. I need to do all these bits and pieces. I need to like as much as possible. I need to just interact and make sure that people that are commenting, people that are gracious enough to spend their time commenting, feel like they're actually doing something worthwhile. And then I realized that I've spent 4 hours doing that. And I don't have the fucking time to do that shit. This is the reason. This is what I remember from way back in the day when I went viral on fucking TikTok, was the fact that I got so overwhelmed by it all, which is unusual for me, as you all well know. The concept of me getting overwhelmed is a rare concept. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I'm saying it's rare. You know, it's pretty unusual for me to get pretty overwhelmed. So it was unusual, to say the least. And I was like, fucking hell, right? I need to just take some time. I need to put my phone down, turn it off, put it over there somewhere, and just watch a movie. Just take myself out of life for a bit. Do you know what I mean? And then I decided to continue that kind of thing. I did some little bit of work here and there on Sunday. I decided to continue that sort of just very chill Sunday. But as a result, I woke up this morning being like, yes, I fucking need to work now. I've got a million things to do. I'm going to clean out my fish tank. I'm going to make sure the pond's all fixed and sorted. I'm going to go do a fuck ton of washing. I'm going to come down and do a load of audio work. I'm going to do bits and pieces. Yeah, it's going to be good. Yeah. And it was great. And I was dressed like this. And it was fucking excellent. Today has been a very good, productive day because of the fact that I had the time to just spend zenning out over Saturday, Sunday. It was good. It's good. I feel energized. I feel worthwhile, you know? Anyway, I've ignored chat for a while. Let me say hello to people. First time chat, Deathly Incubus. Welcome on in. Welcome. Let me ask what the Bible means to us. Not at all means of social control. Oh, yes, absolutely. I've said before, I realize that you're a first-time chatter here, Deathly Incubus, but my view has always been, I have no criticism over individuals and their faith. Their faith is a relationship between them and their deity, whatever deity that may be, that is between them and their deity. That has got nothing to do with me, and I appreciate the intimacy between them and whatever they believe, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. When it comes to organized religion, though, oh, good lord, I will criticize the fuck out of that all day, every day. All day, every day. But welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Now that my rant's over, I actually decided to say hello, you know? Try playing some Sims 2, but I don't know if OBS, PC, or the internet was having a tit fit. Probably a combination. If it was trying to play the Sims 2 with OBS, that could have caused problems, depending on mods and shit like that. How many mods you had in, you know? You know? Where was I? There we go. I don't look like perv. I remember that. Did a couple of days ago, but didn't really chat about it. That's fair. That is fair. Absolutely. I did say I wish that we could have gotten a normal photo together. That's not going to happen. Oh, we could have done Eris the day afterwards. Although saying that, this is the downside to Ken is the fact that I am working, sleeping, working. Like I do Ken, and I'm cool to come and get like photos with the community, the people that turn up to Ken and bits and pieces in the photo room, what have you. And absolutely, when we meet up the following day, if I've got the time and the fucking energy to meet up the following day, which I fortunately did this time, which was good to see people, I'm like, yeah, I'll be there. That's great. But I'm so out of it because I've put so much energy into Ken. Ken, for those people that don't know, is the erotic cabaret that I run. I put so much energy into Ken itself that I like the concept of me having any energy the following day. I am out of spoons. You know, out of spoons. Frax, hello, you beautiful individual. Hello, Monsieur Levain. I am pattern to you some knowledge. If you were to remove all of the margarine in the world would be a butter place. Frax, there is a small place in my intestines, right by the poopy bit, that is reserved just for you. Just for you. The poopiest of poopy bits. Just for you. Love you, buddy. I love me too. God damn it. Oh, Jesus, Frax. Lulled me into a false sense of security. Is that? Oh, that has finished. Let's try that again. That's quite loud, isn't it? That's quite loud. There we go. I voyeur streams consensually. I'm on board it. Absolutely, for sure. I would have been very goth, not so much now being a mom. Nothing wrong with that. I know plenty of goth moms out there. Plenty of goth moms out there, Deathcore Damsel. But goth isn't an entire personality. You can do multiple things. I tend to dress very dark and mysterious because I am dark and mysterious. But also, sometimes I'm just like, do you know what? I'm going to wear a bright white top. Something cozy, for something aerated, something chill, you know? I'm that kind of person. Sometimes I like to go real bohemian with it. We are more diverse than our wardrobes, friends. You can absolutely go indulge yourself in the gothic dynamics, regardless of whether you're a goth or not, you know? I am not a gatekeeper. Indulge that shit, you know? You've both just woken up and you're just chilling together. Dragon Lady, glad to hear it. I do not miss a Catholic Mass. They just go on and on. Yeah, so specifically this one, like normally previous Catholic Masses that I have been to have been about an hour long. The longest it has overran is like 5 minutes. In my life, as a human being, like there was one guy who was super charismatic. He was an Irish Catholic priest, and he was super charismatic, and he was very, very funny. And sometimes he'd go over by like maybe quarter of an hour, but the vast majority of them are pretty on it. This one overran by 40 minutes. It was an hour and 40 minutes because it was also, and I will say this, something that I noticed about this specific priest, this South African priest. He was not a fan of, based on what I saw, based on my own personal perception of what I beheld within that service, he was not a fan of women. And I deduce this entirely from one specific thing that happened right at the end of the Mass, all right? Which was a friend of my mother's got up, who was working with all of the children, had been doing all of their Sunday service bits and pieces, their Sunday school, getting them ready for First Holy Communion, doing all those bits and pieces that happen. I don't know whether it happens everywhere, but it certainly happens here in the UK. Getting them ready to take the rite of First Holy Communion, you know. At the very end, she, friend of ours, got up and said thank you to people. She said, she was like, just before Mass ends, I just wanted to say a massive thank you to all of the children for putting in their work, a massive thank you to our choir, a massive thank you to our pianist, massive thank you to Father and the altar service here, massive thank you to the XYZ, the massive thank you to all of these people. Huge thank you to all of these people. And then we did a big round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. Bravo to all those people. They put in loads of hard work. Big thanks to them. They made my nephew's day a wonderful day. I will applaud that. I will applaud that. That's the only thing I really give a shit about. I will applaud that. You know? Absolutely. Then the priest decided to get up and thank everybody again in exactly the same order that my mother's female friend had just done, but got us to do a round of applause after every thank you. It was like, we still here? We're still here. Still here. It's all right. The ice caps have melted. We're nipple deep in fucking sewage now, right now, but it's fine. It's all right. It was ridiculous. But I literally saw that and I was like, that's a bit off. That's a bit fucking off. I'm not sure whether it was just like a power trip, whether he's just like absolutely like, no, this is my mass. I will be the one that says all of the thank yous. Or whether it was a level of misogyny that I have seen several times in the Catholic Church. I'm not entirely sure, but I didn't like it. Ick is right, Incubus. Ick is right. I was like, don't like that. Don't like that at all. Not a fan of this scenario. No. Don't like this. Don't like this at all. I will allow this. Father Dick Bag? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a goth mum. Be you, no need to grow up. Absolutely, 100%. Zemka, welcome on in. Kitty Cat, hello, you cheeky devil. How's it going? Loving the necklace and the earrings. Thank you very much. The necklace I got, I actually very rarely do I remember where I actually get jewelry and stuff from. But this one I got from a little witchy shop in Cornwall. I was listening to a shitload of audiobooks of H.P. Lovecraft stuff. And I was doing a whole load of research around like local folklore and stuff like that. Because I was on tour. I was doing a pantomime tour up the west side of the country at the time. And on one of our rare days off, I found this tiny little witchy shop. And I was like, oh my fucking God, I love this. This is great. And the lady, I got chatting with the lady behind the counter. She was a very, very nice lady. And she sold me this. She gave me a little discount because I was very flirty. And she asked me if I wanted it polished, but it's proper silver. But I was like, no, I don't want it polished. I want it in its well worn, got loads of character kind of way, you know. So yeah, that's where I got this one from. They're one of the rare pieces of jewelry that I actually remember where I got it from, you know. Sounds like a Baptist preacher. Could absolutely have been a Baptist preacher. Could absolutely have been a Baptist preacher. I know a friend of mine used to live out in South Africa. And she was saying that some of the ministers around there are quite terrifying because they have the power of faith with the belief and passion of witchcraft. Because witchcraft is quite a big thing, certainly in the part of South Africa where my friend was living. Witchcraft was quite a big thing in that area. And it was just like the weird way that they combined. I mean, Catholicism especially has gone to different areas of the world and just been like, yeah, all of this stuff that you do, we're taking all of that and making it Christian now. So yeah, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. It was like, okay, this is unusual. But when I was talking about this priest with her, she was like, sounds like the ones I remember. I was like, oh, okay, right, fair enough. Fair enough. Alchemazar, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Welcome on in. How's it going? What a gross statement to come in on. Yeah, I was talking about the priest that did my nephew's first Holy Communion over the weekend, which I went to, and I didn't burst into flames. It was great, you know? Left the church after they tried to pray my gay away and tried to make me stay with an abusive husband. That sounds about right. Certainly for some places, because that's a perfect example, Kitty Cat, of how organized religions are systems of control. Sometimes those systems of control are rather chill. And you will have one specific place of worship where everyone's just having a good time and they're just chilling. There's a place where they can just belong. I'm not going to turn around and say that these places don't have positives, because some of them really do. Do you know what I mean? A place where addicts can go and like feel resolve. A place where people can go to be less lonely. A place where they can go and do charity work together. There are a lot of amazing things that can come from religion. But religion, organized religion as a whole, is absolutely a system of control. It is a way to tell people what they cannot do with their own lives, regardless of whether it's good for the community or not, you know? I do on occasion when I am going to goth events. We do so pretty frequently. Also have kids makeup these days. They enjoy doing mom/art goth. Love this. Absolutely. Hoping they left you alone with that priest. I know. It would have been great. I would have had such... The one thing I will say, Elizana, is if I'd been left alone with the Catholic priest there, I would have spent all afternoon arguing with him. I absolutely would have spent all afternoon arguing with him.
Most kind.
Because I studied theology.
Sub baby.
Sub baby.
Name it?
You can indeed name it. Absolutely. That's the whole thing. You got to name it. Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do, well, it kind of is to do with me, as it's our sub-baby, but you know. Hell's the mad, I shall now inscribe your name on the mirror of Vane for 9 months, you cheeky devil. Yeah, I did qualifications in theology back in the day, and as a result, I love arguing. I love debating, should I say. It would have been an argument with that individual, but I love debating. Kells the Mad, I will inscribe your name upon the mirror of Vane. By having your name upon the mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not above Snapchat. Of course, you get access to all the sexy lady emotes, and you get a discount on the merch store. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? Christopher Elisar Vane. Okay. Where is the book? There it is. The Book of Vane. I shall inscribe Christopher Elisar Vane within this book. Aha. Christopher Elisar Vane. Our first stream baby is now inscribed within the cutest in the galaxy, for that is where all the Vane babies belong, for they are the cutest in the galaxy. Absolutely. What was the thing?
Yeah,
Can't remember.
Subscribe.
Little Willow.
Kind.
Oh, I said that too early. Little Willow, if you're here and you're lurking, you just stay lurking. Don't you fret about it at all. Major Jiggle, thank you very much for giving that sub to the community there. I will inscribe their name upon the mirror of Vane that I shouldn't have shouted out there, but I got too excited. By having your name upon the mirror of Vane, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat! Of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes, and you get a discount on the merch store. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? So don't take them to church then? Got it? Yeah, well, I'm not taking them to church. Fuck that noise. And I know full well that my sister doesn't have the fucking time to take them to church every fucking Sunday. And I tell you what, my sister's a fucking excellent parent, so that priest can go lick the sweat from the wrinkles of my stubbly scrotum for all I give a shit. Qualia, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Beginning to really look forward to streams. I made a noise like a tea kettle when I saw Pathologic 2 on the possible spooky games list. Yes, very much so. Very much so. The games lists are now up. The games list is now up. So tomorrow's games, we have a choice between Limbo, the Dredge DLC, the Iron Rig, Slime Rancher, Graveyard Keeper, or Give Us a Cthulhu Adventure. And then on Wednesday, which is our spooky game day, we have Ravenous Devils, If on a Winter's Night for Travelers, which is one we played last week. If we gets voted for again this week, then we might be able to finish it. Call of the Elder Gods, Pathologic 2, and Last Report, which is like an indie one that I literally discovered about half an hour ago and went, ooh, that looks good. Those are the options for this week. Oh, yes, let them ask what the Bible means to us. No, yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Organized religion is system of control. The fact that we are still paying attention, the fact that some people are still paying attention to words that were written over 2,000 years ago is ludicrous. To me, as a human being that has evolved with society. This is why there are people whose job it is doing all day. Oh, Frax, absolutely. Absolutely. Social media managers, I can fully understand why those social media managers have jobs. Because their job is to do all day, every day, just go through and so interact with all the things that are going on a person's page. Absolutely. 110%. You know, I get it. I don't have the time to do it myself, but I also don't have anybody else to do it for me, so I have to do it myself, you know? Law of the Child of a Catholic Experience sounds familiar, yeah. And then the church wonders why they're losing so many of their flock. Yep. It's really interesting, though, Druidess of Midian, because like I said, the church that my parents go to, like I said, I'm not personally religious. I have no interest in religion, other than the fact I like theology. I find that fascinating. But religion as a whole, whatever, it's not my cup of tea. But I have been to many services of many different religions because I like to experience new things. I like to try and understand different people from different walks of life a little bit better, you know? Feels very dark in this room today. So I try and do what I can to learn a bit more about different people, different religions, different ethics based on those religions, you know? And the one that my parents go to, the church that my parents go to, is run by a young priest, a young man, and he is genuinely a fucking delight. He is just a really, really nice guy. He always talks about all of the hippy-dippy stuff of religion in the regards of, like, love each other. He basically preaches what Jesus actually taught, you know? Don't judge people. Love them regardless of who they are. Accept people regardless of who they are or what walks of life. If you can help people, help them in whatever way you possibly can. He's genuinely a very, very nice guy. And then on the other side of the spectrum, you got the guy that I met on Sunday who's just like, you're a bad person if you don't bring them to church. You're evil. Oh, that was the other thing he said. He took a moment to address all of the kids who are like fucking 7 to 9 years old and just being like, so children, please be aware that if you ever disobey your parents or disobey your teachers or disobey any adults, you are offending God. You are offending God. If you misbehave, you're offending God. And I was like, my hackles were up. My hackles. I don't even know what hackles are, but they were up. I was whoop. Auntie Kim, how you doing? How's it going? I was ready to pounce in a metaphorical kind of sense and start debating theology. I didn't want to ruin my nephew's day. Do you know what I mean? I was like, ooh. I'm ready. I'm ready. I got my red suede winkle pickers on. I am ready. All right. I am so. Oh, come on. Just give me a second. Give me a moment to flip on over. Let's do some shit. You know, I was ready. I'm not a fighter. I'm a very pacifistic individual personally. You know, I'm genuinely very pacifistic. However, on an intellectual level, on a theological level, I was fucking there. I was ready. What I would have said to the children is, children, first of all, believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. All right? That's between you and whatever deity you want. Second of all, listen to what the adults are saying before you choose whether to behave or not. Listen to the words that they're saying. Is it kind? Is it generous? Have they got good reasons for the things that they're saying? Or are they saying things like, just do it because I said so? Then decide whether you're going to be a little shit or not. Because there are fuck tons of evil adults out there. Fuck tons. Loads of evil adults.
70 months, 5.83 years.
Jesus Christ.
The sickness settled in many years ago and I'm still here, fucking around, finding out, all that stuff. Glad to consider you my friend. Thanks for all the giggles as usual. Boobs. Why boobs?
Always boobs.
I don't know. I'm curious how long I can keep speaking till the shackles come out.
Never.
In other news, Monty, Minty and the rest need to stop leaving the lid up.
They do it on purpose, though. That's the worst thing about it, Jam Jar Brain. Monty, Minty, all of the channel mascots. None of them actually use that piss. None of them use the toilet. They all like piss in the wilderness, or the weird little litter box that I got for them. You know. But they specifically go out of their way just to leave the lid up, just to annoy people. Well, what's that all about? Going into the bathroom and just putting the lid up for the sake of it. What's that all about? Jam Jar, I have inscribed your name upon the mirror vein for 70 months. Jesus H. Christ and the wee little donkey. By having your name upon the mirror vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky devil. Who, of course, is a metaphorical Snapchat, but we're working with it. And of course, you get access to all the sexy lady emotes and get a discount on the merch store, you cheeky little devil. But the most important thing is you go roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, yeah, you know? Yeah, no. Where was I? I don't even know. I'm way behind here. Oh, Phoenix of the Fens. Are you still here, you beautiful bean? Are you still here? I got caught up on rants about stupid priests. Social media is a big job, and when you get to a certain point, you really need a team to help manage it, especially if you're using it to build something amazing. I do my absolute best, Alchemaeus. But I don't have the money for a team.
Hand it to it.
Your story reminds me of a Metallica song.
Ooh.
It has the line, same thing I've always heard from you, do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. Abso-fucking-lutely, Zabadian. Abso-fucking-lutely. Also, how you doing, Zabadian? Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. I appreciate you, you beautiful bean. Yeah, absolutely. If you disobey an adult, you're offending God. Fuck that noise. Unsurprisingly, I immediately went back with my nephew and I was like, if adults say stupid things, don't worry about it. Don't worry about offending God. The God that you believe in is one of forgiveness. All right? He ain't going to worry about that shit. Dressing for motivation works. Absolutely, Wolfhorse. 100%. 100%. Going to deep dive into prospagnostic or prospagnosia. Not prospagnostic. I have no idea what my own face looks like unless I see it in the mirror even. Oh, interesting. I had one of the podcast episodes I did was with Soap with Kadea, who many of you will know if you stay in tune with like gaming news and stuff like that. Because Kadea, by her own admission, she can't recognize faces. She has no like facial recognition or facial memory. So I was like talking about her, about like obviously the intimacy of relationships and stuff around like what it's like to be with a partner where if he goes away for work or she goes away for work, getting back together. And she was talking about like how it takes her a while to settle into it because she hopes that he is the guy that he says he is, but she has no memory of his face. So it takes Oh, it's a fancy word for face blindness. So that is what you're talking about. All right. Okay. Interesting. Well, yeah, if you're interested, I think it's the first episode of the second season of Thirsty Work was with Kadea. And wonderful human being who I have a lot of time for. But yeah, we talked about that. We talked about that very briefly. You know. 200 IQ Draven Foyers. Well, come on in. How you doing? How's it going? Religious ruined my life and perspective on life. I've been made to judge by algorithms and fuck religious propaganda. That is entirely fair. That is absolutely entirely fair. Like I've said before, I have no qualms with individuals and their faiths. That is a bond between that person and the deity they choose to believe in, if that makes them feel good and what have you. I also believe that there are dynamics of religion that can be quite good. There is good charity work that is done out there. There is places for addicts or veterans, or like places that people can go for like group therapy, or places just somewhere to belong, somewhere to do something. You know, there are a lot of good things that religions can do, but religion as a structure, I personally think, is pretty vile, because it's a structure of control. It's a way that you tell people how they should or should not live their lives. And that changes depending on who's in charge of it. You know? Nodding in profound agreement. And good evening to you and all your wonderful people here. They are all wonderful people here. They are indeed. So it was good to see you too. Glad I could join for a little while before I had to bugger off to the train home. Lunicon, it's always good to see you. Always good to see you, friend. Absolutely. Definitely think next year I'm going to be staying for 2 weeks, so we could always get a lunch or something the week after again. If I've got time, sure. If I've got time, by all means, Eris, for sure. But you know how busy I get. You know how busy I get. Would love to take a flight for Ken one day. Never been such an event, but I know I'd probably love it. Oh, that's really nice to hear, Wolfhurst. We do our best. We do our best to be as welcoming and open as what have you as possible, for sure. Oh my, exactly. And got my interest right now on the series of My Hollow Love, in which one of the protagonists has prospagnosia. I will be able to say it properly eventually, one of these days. Yeah, I see Phoenix Events. Phoenix Events! You, 28 minutes ago, you redeemed a show donor with speech. And the timer already ran out, so I'll do it again. Friends, I am so terrible at promoting myself that Phoenix Events has used their channel points to redeem show donor with speech, which means I need to tell you about our donation goal and what it's all about. It's weird, me talking about this shit, but here we go. I have a fish tank. Look, there it is. The fish tank. Freshly cleaned and blitzed fish tank. And this money is all going towards the getting more fish for it, which should happen within the next week. There or thereabouts. Because I need to go to the fish shop for something else anyway. But it should be happening within the next week. So, we've already raised £100. I bought a whole load of fish, and then all those fish died. Which was annoying as shit. Do you know what I mean? Oh, you done the line. Oh, just so that everyone's aware. Yeah, just so that everyone's aware. Jamjar has put the line in chat. Wherever it's disappeared off to. The line where it says this is the line in chat. And Jamjar has said religion, please. So anybody who says anything about religion after that is going to get their message deleted. It's nothing against you. It's not that you haven't done anything wrong.
Hand it to me.
Don't worry.
Hand it to it. Hand it to it.
What did the dried fish say to the other dried fish? Long time no see.
Rude, Zabadian. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. Yeah, don't worry about if your message deleted or anything like that. Don't fret about it. It's not, you have done nothing wrong. Don't worry about it. It's just it's a way that my mods can help themselves by moderating the chat while I'm so far behind in chat. Okay, so don't think you've done anything wrong. You're all good. It's not a problem. It's just making sure that they can control the moderation levels while I am still catching up with chat and stuff like that. Okay, just so you're all aware. Don't fret about it. Don't fret about it. You haven't done anything wrong. So I will be getting more fish, even though the last one's died. I'm going to be speaking to the guys and being like, okay, this is the scenario. This is the kind of tank I have. This is the kind of pump I have. What do they recommend? But so it should be within the next week. Anyway, that's what this money is for. This money is to help me buy fish for the fish tank. As always, the way that we do words. The way that we do these wonderful donation goals, at the end of the donation goal, once this has been complete, I will do a special something, usually some kind of extra stream or something, as a way to say thank you to all of you for digging into your pockets and helping me do things in this stream, you know? I am a massive, massive fan of saying thank you and doing something to as a way of rewarding you for being so kind and what have you, you know?
Hand it to it!
A fish walks into a bar. It took him 395 million years.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Good lord. Come on now. Outrageous. Thank you very much for the 100 little panderings. Zabadian. Good lord. That one took a moment. Scandalous. Scandalous, I tell you. So at the end of this one, when we've actually done it, once we've completed the donation goal, I will be doing an extra stream of Hatoful Boyfriend, the pigeon dating simulator stream. We will be doing an extra stream on top of my usual schedule. Just like last week we did a drag stream, and this week we've got the dinosaur with double D's. I will be doing an extra stream next week. Well, I'll be doing an extra stream whenever this is filled and completed, where we will be playing Hatoful Boyfriend, the pigeon dating simulator stream. So that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing, you know. Obviously, as always, friends, there's no pressure, there's no obligation, there's no expectation for you to donate by any stretch of the imagination, okay? So just be aware of that. It's just there if you would like it. How's it going, Shade and Sunshine? How you doing, you beautiful individual? Kind of see faces like an anime characters. See the expressions and can technically see some unusual features, but beyond that, I have to focus on small area. Interesting, interesting. If Jam has put a line beneath the religion, then I'm going to skip by people's religious conversations because I don't want to upset the moderators if they're struggling to keep up with all of my, because religion's one of those ones that can be quite heated of a message, you know, of a conversation. I've turned so I can kind of remember hair, facial glasses. Interesting. Ravenous is such an excellent word, most certainly. Especially, I found that ravenous is a great word in smut. You know? Alchematus Art also, thank you very much for the one little bitty that you threw out there. That's very, very kind of you. We don't have any bitty alerts below 100 bits. Just giving you all a heads up because there's so much, like, it gets abused to fuck. If I have anything under like 100 bits, and there's one for like 69 bits. Anything under that, it's just gets ridiculous. It gets ridiculous. How's it going, Scar? How you doing, you beautiful individual? I'm looking sharp today. Thank you very much, Auntie Kim. Try my best. Try my best. It was very much one of those days where I was like, I want to wear a suit today. I want to wear a suit today and be really productive. You know, Kim DW, how's it going? Yet to find. Oh yeah. Memorize hair textures, fashion styles. Cool. Cool. Just want to give positivity on TikTok and on Twitch. I appreciate that, Dragon Lady. That's very, very kind.
Major Jiggle is being far too kind. Confound them.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, all genders outside in between, can we throw some egos in chat? Say a massive thank you to Major Jiggle for that cheeky little donation. God damn it, for the fishes! Major Jiggle, thank you very much for donating towards our fishy-roos. I very much appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you, beautiful being. That's very, very kind of you. God damn it. Itchy nose. Itchy nose. They scout around the pond and piss there. Yeah, I need to I repaired the pond in my garden and realized that it has another leak somewhere. So I think on Friday, I've got a friend coming around on Friday to help fix up my garden because my garden's a fucking sty. There's just so many weeds everywhere. But I will be doing that on Friday. I think on that Friday, I will climb into the pond and try and repair it again. Find out whatever it is that is causing the leak. Which means more slime between my toes. Yay. Yay. 70 months cat herding this channel. If you didn't need mental health before, you definitely need it now. Absolutely. And today, I think it's this week. Is it this week there's mental health, men's mental health awareness week? I know it's men's mental health month generally in June, but I think it's specifically this week is the men's mental health awareness week, if I remember correctly. Most adults are clueless or winging it anyway. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely, aren't you, Kim? Jesus Christ. We just get better at winging it based on like how much life experience we've had. The more experiences we have had in life, the better we are at winging it. That is literally it. Just making sure it's not going to knock it over any of my plants. Ugh. You know what? That's not helped a bit, but never mind. It's fine. Oh, I know what I haven't done. Because I've got an entire thingy off. I haven't turned the extra light on that I have on Monday nights. What a fool I am. Let's make it a nice little yeah, little hint of yellow, a little burnt straw. Just a cascading across my delightful visage, giving me a little bit of depth, as it were, you know? You know? Care about slagging grandma off? Exactly. My hot take is that, I'm going to move by the religious talk. But thank you very much for everybody for getting involved with the conversation. But I don't want to overwhelm the mods, bless them. Fancy word for face blind. Well, Evan, got a phone call and was our sub baby's birth certificate signed? It was indeed, Kels. It was indeed. It was placed within the cutest in the galaxy. That is where they all belong, for sure, for sure. I'm indeed here. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Oh yeah, Gavia, fantastic. That's where the line is. Cool. Went to Pride event yesterday, and there was a church there passing out pamphlets on love and acceptance. It was interesting. There's loads of queer churches out there. There's loads of queer churches out there. There are also as many, if not more, churches out there that condemn the queerness, and it's fucking ridiculous. But you know. Question about Ken, if I may. Absolutely, Deathcore Damsel. By all means, give me what you would require for sure. Like the cut of the suit jacket, it suits you. The pun was not intended. Of course it wasn't, Sir Didymus. Of course it wasn't. I can't remember where I got this one from, actually. I quite liked it because it's quite metallic. I like suits that are a bit unusual. You know, I'm a big fan of suits that are a bit unusual. Not too unusual, but just something that just makes it stand out a little bit, you know? Oh, Chippy Mick. I know that your message has been deleted because the line had already been laid down, but I am gonna read your comment because I thought it was fucking funny. That's it. That is what it's gonna be. Religion. Now there's a topic. Can we talk about how Peter and Paul and all of them were wonderful names in Bethlehem 2,000 years ago? Yes. Oh God, yes. Yes. Good old Jewish names, Peter and Paul. Old school Jewish names. Fucking great. Yeah. Tropical or freshwater fishes? Good question. I mean, it's all freshwater. It's not. None of it's going to be saltwater because I cannot be fucking arsed with the maintenance of saltwater fish. I can't be bothered. It takes too much effort. It takes far too much fucking effort. So yeah, I can't be bothered with any of that. They will be probably freshwater fish. Based on the pH levels and the temperature. Yeah, freshwater fish, so it seems about right. Tropical freshwater. It's all going to be freshwater, but like, yeah. You get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. You're in space now. That's what you need to refuel. Wait for the fuel rats to swing on by, for sure. For sure. I know you do events 2 times a year. How far in advance are the events announced? Trying to possibly plan a trip to make an event. Deathcore Damsel, we have already announced the date. Well, we have announced to the people that turned up to Ken, we have announced the date for the Halloween event and for the next year's Ken event. I suppose I can tell you the date. The date for the Halloween event this year is the 16th of October, 2026. The date for... Well, the information I can give you about next year's Ken is that we tend to always do it on the last weekend of May. We try and always do it on the last weekend of May, which is going to be very interesting because the weekend before that is TwitchCon EU in Berlin. So I would be doing TwitchCon EU in Berlin, then going straight into production week for Ken. And next year, we're looking at making Ken fucking massive. So that's a whole scenario. Currently, tickets are available for the people who took home party packs. We at the end of each Ken, in fact, I think we do it. Yeah, I think we do it at the Halloween one as well. But at the end of each Ken, we have like a black envelope that has like flyers from local businesses, some sweets, some condoms, that kind of thing. But within that, we put a flyer with a QR code for the Halloween event, Devil's Parlor, and the QR code for next year's Ken event. Oh, itchy nose. Itchy nose. Do you want us to need to call fuel rats? Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, we already, like, I've already started booking acts for next year's Ken. Because I am eager. You know, Tanushka, hello, you beautiful individual. Whenever I help my dad with his pond, I wore socks in the water because the slimy on the bottom is such a nightmare texture to me. That's fair. That is absolutely fair. I wear little shark flip-flops. Little shark flip-flops. Even worse than wet socks. Oh, wow. That's impressive. You got hiccups? Drink a glass of water upside down. I don't know. I don't know. Holding your breath is meant to hurt scientifically. Meant to hurt, meant to help scientifically, you know? Your room looks amazing, by the way. It must have been ages to deck out. Not really. Not really, Auntie Kim. I painted it red and gold because of this sofa. So the story behind this sofa is there was a pop-up performance place that happened in a shopping center in my hometown. And I was doing a pop-up performance there. And the person who ran the place was like, I fucking hate this sofa. Do you want it? It looks like your kind of thing. And I went, yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. So I got the sofa for free and then was like, well, now I have to decorate the entire room around the sofa. So I decorated the entire room, all of the red walls looking gorgeous and what have you. And here I've got like a fireplace on either side. It's got like some accented grey walls and stuff. Which is very, very nice. Makes me very happy in my little soul, I have to say. As for the rest, I tend to like rearrange the mirrors every like 6-7 months because I get bored of them being in the same places. So I just move them all around, take them all down, pull out all the nails, hammer up all the nails again, put them in different places, that kind of thing. Biohazard, hello, you beautiful individual. Welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Nice warmth against the cool grey. Absolutely, for sure. Also talk about these things I know about. Love it. Thank you for bringing me the positivities in my way and making me laugh on TikTok. Thank you very much for joining me on TikTok. I am on all of the social... Look at me remembering to do self-promo. I am on all of the social medias, friends, apart from Twitter, because I don't want to be giving any more money to the fucking trillionaire. But, you know, so Twitch, YouTube, Blue Skies, Threads, Instagram, Facebook. Oh, and then the same for Instagram and Facebook for Ken. And then FetLife. Because FetLife. I hate FetLife, but it serves a purpose. You know. Relax Views, how you doing? How's it going? Thank you very much. I was in the mood for a suit today. For a suit today. Remember to refuel so you're good now, Zabadi. And yeah, do you have a fuel scoop? Or do you just wing it? You know? Did you watch any particular films over the weekend? Yeah, I did. I was in the mood because I was in a really restless place on Saturday night, Wolfhurst. I was in one of those moods where my brain was really fucking bouncy, but my body was too tired to do anything. My brain was going a million miles an hour, so my body was too tired to do anything. So I needed something that was going to not be complicated in storyline, but was going to be bouncy enough to keep my brain occupied. So I ended up watching the Jason Statham movie, Shelter. Of all things. I was going to watch Anthony Hopkins in The Right, but I feared, as much as I love like good, like theological, religious horror, there was definitely, I think there was, I was going to get bored of it. Or more specifically, my brain was not going to be on the same wavelength to be able to pay attention to the story. Those things tend to be like slow burns, so I needed something that was a bit more action-packed. Look good in the suit, gorgeous. Thank you very much, Chippy. I appreciate you. I try my best. You know. Also, Swain the Rock Johnson, how you doing, you beautiful human being? How's it going? Are you back from to the areas now, Sway?
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Thank you, Valen,
You're
for
welcome.
creating such a safe space,
Oh.
where diverse people gather and feel safe enough that they can talk about all kinds of interesting subjects.
I really appreciate that, Zabadi, and thank you. Genuinely, I really appreciate that. That's very, very nice of you to say. And 200 little panderings, not even 100, 200 little panderings. That's really kind of you, friends. I struggle with the term safe space because I don't think I would struggle to call this a safe space. Not because it isn't safe. It's like a protected space because the only people who can decide whether it's safe or not is you. You can decide whether it's safe enough for you. I can't decide whether it's safe enough for you. Do you know what I mean? It's entirely up to you as to whether that's a scenario. So, you know, the attic is not safe. That's because you're their biohazard. And you are a biohazard. So that makes all of the sense in the world. But thank you so much for saying that, Zabadi, and I really appreciate that. God damn. Here was me gearing myself up for another dad joke. And you were just being really, really nice. Just being really, really nice, you know? Where the fuck was I? Oh, Pond, Slimy Socks. There we go. There we go. How you doing, Salty Seeking? Hello, you beautiful individual. Welcome on in. Did you watch any particular films? That was right. There we go. Ken is usually always the end of May, if that helps. Yeah. It will be the last weekend of May. It will be the last weekend of May. Coming from America. My lordy. More people coming from America. Deathcore Damsel, that's very, very kind of you. Yeah, well, it will be the last weekend of May. Normally, we do it on the Friday. In fact, the day that's booked in is the 28th. But just be aware that it will be bigger next year. But we'll talk, like, you can sort of like price things up, but I wouldn't book anything until we've announced exactly what's happening next year. That's my personal perspective. That's my personal things. I wouldn't book anything until Like, I don't think they do flights that far in advance. Unless I'm horrifically mistaken, but I think like you can only get flights for about 6 months in advance. But yeah, I wouldn't physically book anything until we've publicly said exactly what is going to happen, what we're doing, you know. Right around my anniversary, which is always when we partake in debauchery. Huzzah! That's what we like to hear. What more do you need from an anniversary, right? Hoping to come for Halloween? Well, 16th of October. We don't do it on Halloween itself because even though we could have done, we find that the vast majority of people spread themselves too thinly for Halloween. So we're like, right, we'll do it a couple of weeks before Halloween. And that way we can actually make sure we have people coming, you know. Ken being around both my anniversary and my birthday on both occasions seems like a sign. It is, Major Jiggle. We did it on purpose, just for you. Do you know what I mean? So if someone doesn't scan QR codes, can they still use those? No. The issue that we've got as a Zabadian is there's so much fucking information that we can't put on a flyer. We just can't do it. So the only way that we can do it is to have a QR code to the tickets, which has all of the information on it. You know? That's the only way that we found a way to make it work. If people don't know how to scan QR codes, I would imagine they will have friends that are able to do that. Do you know what I mean? Great room, awful sofa. The sofa is amazing, Sway. The sofa is amazing. It's my fuck me sofa. It's fantastic. Do you know what I mean? Make sure there are no mirrors opposite each other. There are definitely mirrors opposite each other, kitty cat. I can tell you right now, this wall and this wall are opposite each other, and they're both covered in mirrors. Absolutely. In fact, at each side of the chimney breast, there are mirrors facing other mirrors. I have interdimensional portals right here. Yeah, absolutely. There are always mirrors facing each other in this house. Always. But I am not superstitious. So I've got no qualms with it. And I've had mirrors like that for a very, very long time and have yet to have any major problems. Do you know what I mean? Sneak from the Ike. How dare you? How dare you? My Facebook, Insta, and only got your Twitch for you. That honestly, I don't expect anybody to like join brand new like social medias by any stretch of the imagination. I do not expect that of anybody. If you are a Instagram person or you're a Facebook person and you don't do any others, that is perfectly fine. If you're a TikTok person, you don't do Facebook and Instagram, that is also perfectly fine. If you happen to be on them all, if you happen to already be on them all and you would like to follow me and support me that way, that I would appreciate it. But there is never any pressure, never any expectation. Just do whatever you feel comfortable doing, you know? Only ever used Blue Sky once and it was shocked. It was shocked by my innocent little core, by all the nudity. I don't see any nudity on Blue Skies at all. Blue Sky was made by the person who originally designed Twitter. I'm literally going to open my Discover page. Nothing. Not a single nipple. Not one nipple. I'm now going to type in sex into the exploration bar and see what it comes up with. A butt. One butt. Still scrolling. Still scrolling. A blurred butt crack. I'm not finding anything. Censored as shit. Most wholesome nudity, hence why it's my favorite after Discord. Oh. Sadly, yes, I am Sans Sword. I'm gutted to hear that. Gutted to hear that, Sway. You beautiful bean. I'm glad you seem. Well, you certainly seem to have had a good time out there, from what I saw of your Instagram stories. For sure, for sure. Just my little corner of Blue Sky. The write is so good. Think from a story standpoint, you may like it, but completely understand the brain mode you're in. Oh yeah, Wolfhurst, 100%. Like, I really like those styles of story. Like the Sin Eater, Ninth Gate, like that kind of thing, like those sort of pseudo-religious horror stories, like the creeping dread stories, those ones, fucking love them. I find that sometimes I can find the zealotry very off-putting. Like when I watched, not The Fog, The Mist. When I watched The Mist, I found that the religious zealotry in that particularly off-putting. Because if somebody decided to, if The Mist happened and suddenly outside was super misty and filled with weird creatures from another dimension and somebody started shouting, "It's the reckoning, it's the reckoning," I would break my pacifism and knock them the fuck out. I'd be like, cool, it's the reckoning. Well, if you believe that it's the reckoning, then you believe in the book of Revelations, which means that you are going to be saved by your God. Cool, walk out. Walk out into the wilderness. God is not going to kill you because you believe in the book of Revelations. Go on. Enjoy. Be off with you. See you later. Enjoy. Tatty bananas. Oh, look. You were pulled apart. Your entrails have been cast around, and they make the shape of a small donut of goo. What are the chances? What are the chances that actually it wasn't your faith and it was just fucking weird shit happening? You know? So, how you doing? How's it going? Boobies. Love boobies. Everyone loves boobies. They might not like their own boobies.
Zemka is
generally.
being far too kind. Confound them.
Zemka? What is this? What is this? What are you doing? And can we get some egos in chat for Zemka? Thank you very much, you beautiful being. That's really fucking kind of you. God damn it. Thank you so much for donating. I appreciate that. I'm going to hide it now because I realized that it's been up for too long. I'm hiding it. I'm hiding it away from you. You lot can't be trusted with it being on the screen. So I'm hiding it now. That's it. That's it. Them's the rules. Gone away. No more donations. Boom. Done. Boom. Done.
Oh, you're donating.
Zanuska is being far too kind. Confound them.
What did you do? What did you do? First of all, can we get some egos in chat? Say a massive thank you to Tanuska there. I really appreciate that. Secondly, Biohazard, you brat. You little brat. How dare you? How dare? How dare? The brats are all right. I'll get the breadboard. I'll get the breadboard for your buns. They'll be testing me. God damn it. And I would do anything for Ken, but I won't train brats. No, oh no, I won't train brats. I'll do a rendition of that if you're not fucking careful. How's your day been? Doing all right today. Today's been a very productive day. I've done a lot of washing. Cleaned out the fish tank. I've done a load of audio work. I've done loads of shit. Loads of shit, for sure. That sofa has seen either no fucks or too many fucks. I couldn't possibly speculate.
Pander to my ego. Pander to it. Pander to it.
What's the perfect safe word? Meatloaf. I'd do anything for love, but I won't do that.
Oh my god. God damn it, Zabani. You're making kink dad jokes now? How dare? How dare? Thank you very much for 100 little panda rings. Kitty Cat, does Ken encourage like dog cat furry kinkiness? We encourage all kinkiness. As long as it's all between consenting adults. We have had furries turn up at our events before. We've had a few pups. They usually tend to come with like the leathermen and stuff. We've had some pups and leathermen turn up. And some rubber men turn up. And so there's been a couple of rubber pups in there. I haven't seen any cat play. Oh no, there was one person a few years ago who came with like kitty ears and a kitty tail and stuff. But we want people to feel their sexiest, you know? If possible. So we encourage people to embrace the thingies. The only thing that we tend to have an issue with is when it comes to littles. Now, we do not kink shame by any stretch of the imagination. Littles are not my cup of tea, personally. They make I will be open in saying that it makes me uncomfortable, but I'm not going to judge consenting adults doing things with other consenting adults. Do you know what I mean? That is nothing to do with me. So long as they're all over the age of 18 and they're all consenting, that's their kink. Fair enough. You know what I mean? The issue that we have with littles is not that they are littles. It is that when it comes to the outfits that they wear, it can be seen as streetwear, as it were. Littles, what is this, please? So a little, also welcome on in. How you doing? Is it Togiop? Welcome on in. How you doing? A little is somebody who dresses in a youthful manner. Is the best. They are an adult. They are a fully grown adult over the age of 18, but they dress in a youthful manner. So you get like the daddy dom little girl, mummy dom little boy, etc. It makes me personally uncomfortable, but so long as it's between consenting adults, as long as it's between people over the age of 18, yeah, age play, very much so, yes. As long as it's between people over the age of 18, I will not judge, you know? But the reason why we have an issue with that is because a lot of littles' wardrobes can be seen as streetwear, as in stuff. If somebody's wearing dungarees and like a t-shirt with blue on it, you know, or what have you, then that could be seen as like people could walk down the street in that and nobody would really bat an eyelid. If that makes sense. Just another kinky taboo, yes. Not all age players are littles, and not all littles are age players. Very much so. Very, very much so. Thank you, Great Educator. No, you are very, very welcome. Thank you very much for asking the question. And thank you very much for asking the question without judgment as well. That is always, like I said, that we do not expect every kink to be everybody's cup of tea by any stretch of the imagination. But so long as we have a healthy respect for the fact that other people are able to do what they want, as long as they're all over the age of 18, as long as they're all adults, as long as they're all consenting, that's okay. That's all right, you know? You know? Seeing also is covered in other substances. Oh, absolutely, biohazard. You have made the entire attic space into a biohazard in and of itself, for sure. That's good. Then I'm fucking loving York since I found out it's super haunted. Now it's a yearly thing. Oh, well, enjoy. I am not a massive believer in the supernatural and what have you. I'm open-minded to it. But I am not a massive believer, I have to say. You know what I mean? No nipples on Blue Sky. You need to fix your algorithm. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't really go on Blue Sky. I post on Blue Sky and I make sure that I do like my thingies announcement. Every so often I'll pop on and have a little bit of a browse or what have you. But I have to say, 9 times out of 10, I'm too busy to just browse the internet. I do not have the time to just browse the internet. I'm far too busy, too many projects going on, too many things that need doing. It's that classic, this stereotypical scenario of I traded a 9 till 5 job to a 6 a.m. till midnight job. Like I work a lot. I work a hell of a lot. Interdimensional portals, is that why you change the mirror positions every now and then? That is exactly it, Auntie Kim. Yeah, I move all the mirrors around just to see what new dimensions I can come up with, you know? Maybe my algorithm is just more frisky. Maybe it is. In which case, I'm honestly gutted. I'm gutted that my algorithm is tame in comparison, you know? You know? I'll do well, and how's it going, Mel, you cheeky little devil? Hope you're all being your best brats if possible. They certainly are. They certainly are. Ridiculous, outrageous individuals they are. Potential shoot him in the head. Oh right, and yeah, thingy for sure. I would go from pacifism to pacifist. Exactly. There's a certain level of zealotry that just needs a bit of a slap. Just to bring them back down to earth a little bit, you know? This could have been so much better if it wasn't that for that element. I agree. What's your opinion on the original? I would need to watch it again. The problem with like remakes and stuff like that is there is a tendency for them to blur. If the storyline's similar enough, then there's a tendency for them to blur in my mind. You know? Here's the crazy thing about The Mist. Spoilers. The Zealots were actually correct because it wasn't until the sacrifice that they demanded happened, the mist lifted. I don't remember any of that. I seem to remember the original ending of The Mist was that the mist doesn't lift. It just doesn't lift. It just gets more and more creepy, you know? Oh, we were below that? I know, right? The original... I haven't seen any of the Omen movies. I actually haven't seen any of the Omen movies. But Read the Mist, Stephen King is big on that kind of twist right for the wrong reasons plot. Oh, okay, I see. Maybe I got it wrong. I haven't read the book, though, so maybe that's the reason why. He's talking about the dread of the film, not the subject matter. I fucking love creeping dread movies. I love creeping dread movies, and I love stories that have an unfair ending. The classic example of that is a TV series called Blake 7. I've talked about this a lot. But Blake 7, which was a 70s science fiction TV series, British, and they're looking at making a remake of it. But spoilers! Where's my spoilers thing? Where the fuck is it? Spoilers. Spoiler warning! Spoilers! Spoilers! In the end of all of the TV, I think there's like 4 series in Blake 7. At the end of the TV series, they all die. The bad guys win. The bad guys win. Because they are a group of freedom fighters against insurmountable odds. The bad guys win. Every time. Which I thought was very clever of them. Like Firefly? Kind of like Firefly. Yeah. Kind of like Firefly. Yeah. But far more brutal. Far more brutal. Firefly was like a fucking piss in the wind compared to the inferno that is Blake 7. But they're looking at remaking it, and I hope they don't change the ending. Because that would annoy me. That would genuinely annoy me. Mini mods bully you kindly? Absolutely. It's the reason why we have the mod merch in the merch store. You know. Also, 10 minutes ago, Lunicorn redeemed a show donor with speech. So the donation, as you see, is here. As I have just talked about, we are raising money to buy more fish for the aquarium. Which hopefully will not die this time. That would be nice. That would be wonderful. We are evidently, I mean, this is actually the second £100. We've already done £100 of it. This is the second £100. And at the end of this £100, we will be booking in a stream as a way for me to say thank you to all of you for donating and delving into the backs of your sofas and pulling out all the loose condoms and then a bit of change and throwing it at me like a slingshot. As a way of me saying thank you to all of you, we are going to be booking in a Hattoful Boyfriend pigeon dating simulator stream, which is ridiculous, to say the least. But that's what you want. That's what you voted for, so that's what you want. You know? The breadboard will break before my will. Scandalous. I'm more than happy to spend the 5k. Why would you do that? Why, Biohazard? Why? You've got an overabundance of fucking thingies for sure. For sure. Good to hear this about but what if someone... Oh, yeah. So that specific individual, Jammed Our Brain, I don't really want to get into that too much. Well, we could open up that conversation. But that specific individual is... Right, I'm going to say something, and this isn't a reason or an excuse for their behavior. It is an explanation as to why sometimes they completely miss the mark. That individual is they were talking about a little. There was a Ken a few years ago.
It's a raid. Flee.
Oh,
flee.
lordy. Ladies and gentlemen, before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, and all genders outside between, delve deep into your pits of popcorn and throw them at the radios, throw them at these cheeky devils. Look at these people coming in here. I mean, really, could you even imagine? Who do they think they are? The absolute audacity, the scandal, the preposterousness, the outrage. How very dare they? Especially because Pix was in the stream. Again. Pix was in the stream while streaming. Scandalous. All of the viewers of Pix, I hope you're thoroughly offended that Pix was here, paying attention to my dulcet tones and ignoring all of you. Yeah. Welcome on in, you cheeky little devils. How's it going? Friends, if you're new here, first of all, people from my stream, go and check out Pix. Pix is a wonderful member of this community who does a lot of making and crafting, a lot of bits and pieces. They've been playing through Bioshock Infinite with Jam Jar Brain, and they were playing Trine with Jam as well at one point. And they also do a hell of a lot of makers and crafting. They do a lot of knitting / crocheting / needlework shenanigans and bits and pieces, making lots of different outfits and bits and stuff and things, stuff and things. They made me a giant blanket covered in swear words. They're a wonderful individual. Friends, if you're new here, 2 things you need to know about this channel. 1, you're not allowed to apologize. Instead of saying sorry, try saying thank you. Instead of saying sorry, I'm late, say thanks for waiting. Instead of saying sorry, I'm such a burden, say thanks for being there for me. It'll make you a much more positive individual. 2, if you're under the age of 18, which you shouldn't be because you were just in Pixie Stream, but on the off chance you're under the age of 18, I have to ask you to leave. For I am a colossal filth wizard, and don't be corrupting the ears of the young. No, you cheeky little devil. No. We're about to talk about age play with consenting adults, people over the age of 18, that are consenting to the role play of age play. I'm going to be very careful about this subject because it is a fucking time bomb, but it is a subject that needs to be talked about, just like many others. Still to find kitten play, I find a lot of more comfort curling up in ball and being cuddled, having my head petted. That's fair. That's all right. As long as you feel comfortable doing that is with other consenting adults, kitty cat. Absolutely. Absolutely. Pup play is very much more... I think the reason why pup play is more common than kitty play will probably be because of the fact that when there's a lot more discipline when it comes to pups. Like when you are training a dog, you can train a dog. You can train a cat, but it's infinitely fucking harder to train a cat. So when it comes to play, pup play and kitty play, there is a lot more structure in the discipline, which is a lot of like the kink revolves around the power dynamics of that kind of thing. So I think that's usually the reason why you find more pup play than you do kitty play, purely because of the fact that when it comes to power dynamics, when it comes to discipline, when it comes to that entire mindset, it's much easier to do that with a pup than it is to do that with kitty play, as it were, Littles to me are also a thing in the community of DID, dissociative mental problems. Yes, but I am not going to get into that, Mel. Because I have personally not had experience of it, but somebody very close to me had experience of a pretty fucking traumatic experience in reference to dissociative identity disorder. Their partner had dissociative identity disorder, and it fucked them up, both them and my friend, because of a very specific situation. So I do not want to. If we are going to talk about littles, I do not want to be talking about DID. I don't want to talk about it because talking about littles is dangerous. Is a dangerous topic anyway. It becomes even more dangerous when you start bringing in situations like people with DID, and that's nothing against people with DID, by any stretch of the imagination. You are absolutely entitled to your own lives, your own, all of your personalities and your lives, or not the identities, not personalities, excuse me. All of the identities within your body, each one of them has their own lives and they are all entitled to those lives. I am just saying that when it comes to the kink of littles and those specific mental health conditions, there are some very, very dangerous areas in that. So just being careful. Welcome back, Dragon Ladies. How you doing, Citrine Skies? Hello, you beautiful being. Tiny Dinky, you're totally lost. So we're talking... Okay, the DID, which is dissociative identity disorder, is... It used to be referred to as multiple personality disorder, which is the idea that several identities live within one person. This is usually brought around because of a traumatic event, and the way that the brain deals with that traumatic event is by separating out different identities to be able to deal with it. So you'll have like an extremely strong identity that is able to take the punishment of a traumatic experience. For example, you'll usually but not always have a very childlike identity in reference to like somebody who is like trying to protect their innocence or trying to look out themselves. I am not a psychotherapist. I am not in any way, shape or form trained in any of these things. This is just as I understand it based on conversations with DID people. Like I said, it used to be called multiple personalities. It's now called dissociative identity disorder. You got that part? Fantastic. Okay. In regards to littles are is like a dynamic of age play. So age play is anything that relates to playing with age. Littles are fully grown adults who prefer to take on a more youthful dynamic when it comes to kink and what have you. Now, this can be that they like to dress as schoolgirls. This could be that they like the feeling of wearing nappies or diapers or wearing a baby grow, etc. That kind of thing. Again, all consenting adults that are doing these things. There are obviously levels there that can be quite uncomfortable, and I personally find them quite uncomfortable. I'm not gonna, as much as I am not kink shaming, I am not going to deny the fact that there are certain elements of that make me deeply uncomfortable. You know, I don't judge adults for doing that. If that's their cup of tea and that's what they want to do, that's up to them, absolutely. But I'm not gonna deny the fact that it makes me uncomfortable. You know. Right, where was I? Would love to say, but I have fun. The roomie to the airport. Oh no, I say Alchemy Art. Thank you so much for popping by. I appreciate you. You've probably already gone by now, but I hope everything goes well with them getting their car and getting the flight and everything. You know. So Kitty Paws ears, tail, a lot of colours. Yeah. A lot of collars. Yeah. I know a couple of kitties. Not that have been to Ked, but I know a couple generally. Generally speaking, you know. Inside Gary Oldman, all of them. The adult is never having a time. Yeah, being an adult is 100% whole thing. Can confirm this will be fine at Ken. Saw someone this year who showed up with ears and a tail. There we go, perfectly, perfect. So I can open. Thank you. Yeah, 100%. ABBA in space is a call to Blake 7. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely, Incubus for sure. Liz, how you doing? How's it going? I tried to pronounce your name then and my brain just malfunctioned. Good evening to you all from the Netherlands. Good evening to you as well, you beautiful individual. How you doing? How's it going? All right, that is fish fetish. That's enough internet for me today. No fish fetish. No. Although, I suppose if you had like a kink for mer people, that would probably fall into that, you know? Tiny Dinky never apologized for being late.
Panda to it!
I quit my job at the donut shop because I got tired of the whole business.
God damn it, Voyage Base. Thank you very much for the 100 little panda rings. God damn it! Why do you do this to me? Why? Why do you do this to me? Do you hate me? Is that what it is? You hate me, don't you? You hate me. How you doing, buddy? How's it going? Yeah, Tiny Dinky, never apologize for being late. You have got a life, and that life is far more important than this stream. Far more important than this stream. You are here now, and we are grateful for it, you know? Any particular type of fish? Not entirely sure, Row Your Boat. I will be asking. I bought like a dozen fish. Zebra tetras, I seem to remember they were called, or penguin tetras or something like that. And they all died. And I'm not entirely sure why, because the entire tank should have been perfect. It should have had the right pH levels. It should have had the right, everything should have been right. The right temperature, right pH levels, everything should have been right. But it wasn't. And I'm not sure why. But they all died. So I'm basically going to go in and be like, this is my tank. This is the pump that I've got in that tank. I think they might have just got fatigued because the pump is quite a strong pump. But there was plenty of places to hide. Anyway, doesn't matter. They all died. So I'm going to take in photos of everything and just go to the people and be like, this is what I've got. What do you recommend? You know, that kind of thing. That kind of thing. Fish aquarium, not to be confused with the cookquarium. Most certainly not to be confused with the cookquarium for sure.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
What kind of fish is made up of 2 atoms only? Tuna.
Oh no. No. No, just no. Just no. Just no. Out. Get out. Get out now. Get out now. Get out. Get out. There's the door. Be off with you. Go on. Out. How dare. That was so bad. That was so unbelievably bad. My entire soul is cringing right now. God damn it. Zabadian. I very begrudgingly thank you for your 100 little panderings. But it is begrudgingly. All right? Begrudgingly. Oh, my lordy. Too much going on here. Liz, that's all right. That's okay. If you just need to lurk, that's all right. That's not a problem. Or if you need to pop off and do bits and pieces in your life, do your bits and pieces. No apologies, exactly. No apologies. New to Twitch, can someone please tell me how to donate? No beats. No, you shall not be told how to donate.
Subscribe.
None of that.
Most kind.
None of that. Voyage, thank you very much for coming to the Prime with 32 months. Good lord. People have already been far too kind. They've been far too kind with their donation beats. Okay? Don't need any more of that. Cheeky little devil, you. We already told them. No! I will absolutely figure it out. And you got told? There's a lot of you. Evil. Evil. Why do you hate me like this? Why? Voyage Base, how you doing? How's it going? You have had your name inscribed on the Mirror of Vein. Thank you so much for bringing your Prime here. You could have used it anywhere on Twitch, but you chose to use it here, and I appreciate that. By having your name upon the Mirror of Vein, it means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat, you cheeky little devil. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes. But the most important thing is you'll roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But God damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? You know? Oh. There we go. I've got a right itchy nose now. Oh, God damn it. Never mandatory or required, but there should be a link about... No, there isn't. Nope, don't really talk about. No link in my about section. None of that. None of that shit. And it's also disappeared now, so now that it's disappeared, you're not allowed to donate. That's the way it works. All right? That's the way it works. Not allowed to now. That's it. Because the mods are here too. Missed something. Streamception, absolutely.
Panda to my ego. Panda to it. Panda to it.
Bouncer, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Me, why? Bouncer, I have no idea who you are and this is my trampoline.
Oh no. Oh, that was... No! No! Get out! Get out! No! N-O spells no. Get out! Upset me. God damn it. Did I already do my deja vu trick? No, fuck you. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Fuck them both. Rude. Paddy, and thank you very much for 100 little panderings. Again, begrudging panderings. I begrudgingly thank you for them. Pheromones, how you doing? Exactly, Eris, and I'm still modding in another channel, so I will not apologize. I will just stick my tongue out with a Valen and boop him on the nose. Rude. Straight up rude. How dare you? Making a feather scarf of mild, flappy panic brain melt about headphones breaking and community kindness. Oh, bless them. That's right. Give your kindness to other content creators, not me. That's the way it works. That's the best way it works, you know? The whole point of being a kitten overpower is not you overpower me. Yeah, which is entirely fair. The kitty play is all about being a brat. Let's be clear about this. Kitty play is pet play with bratness, you know? Can confirm it's rough to train a cat. There's mine currently trying to force me to give her attention. Nicely moved her 6 times. Absolutely. Kitty play is fun for brain off. I must want to dress up and be cute time, which is fair. Absolutely. 100%. We don't train cats, they train us. Actual cats, just to clarify. Oh, yeah. For sure. Just one? Yeah. Welcome back, Dragon Lady. Let's say cats train us to do their will. Yeah. There's a reason why they were perceived as gateways to the underworld and deities in ancient Egypt and all that jazz. Do you know what I mean? Attention horse so needy. Yeah, for sure. They are gods after all. There you go, you see. Me in kitty mode making obnoxious eye contact as I sit on the kitchen counter and knock things off. God damn it. My cat is very trainable. He's very food and play motivated, very social. So he has a lot of ways to reinforce him. Yeah. That's good. That's a great way to do it. Rach, hello, you beautiful individual. I know that you've been called away to a job this evening, so I hope it's going well. Hope it's going all right. You cheeky little devil. 43 months. Good lord, I tell ya. Where's the... There it is. I shall now inscribe your name on the mirror of vein for the 43rd time. By having your name on the mirror of vein means you get access to my personal Snapchat. Not a bum Snapchat. No matter how many times you beg and you plead. None of that. And of course, you get access to all the sexy little emotes and a discount on the merch if you, for some reason, perchance want some. But the most important thing is you got to roll over every morning, look in the mirror and go, God, do I look rough? But goddamn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow. You know? Whoop. I'm wheeling away. I didn't mean to. Can't give a duck. Hello, you cheeky devil. Have a heart behind his chat. I've just read your message there. There we go. That's the answer. That is the answer. My cat's spoiled brats who bully me and my partner. That sounds about right. You won't believe what I just saw. I just saw a sheep driving a car in swimwear. It was a Lamborghini. Get out. I'm always 42 minutes behind in chat. I mean, that's fair. Do you know what I mean? Just say Liz. Problem solved. That works, Liz. Absolutely. I'm happy with that, for sure. If you're happy with that, I'm happy with that. Used to have cardinal tetras. They can be quite sensitive to any slight changing conditions. I don't know about other tetras. Normally... I mean, this isn't a universal rule, but as I understand it, normally the smaller the fish, the easier it is for the fish to adapt. The bigger the fish, the more sensitive they tend to be. That's the way I always heard it. That was that rule, and the other rule was if a fish can put it in its mouth, it will eat it. That was the other rule, you know? Absolutely figure it out. How dare you. Frankie D, welcome on in. How you doing? Nobody's sorry for bad dad jokes. They're hilarious. You should be sorry for. That's the one thing you should all be sorry for. Is bad dad jokes. God damn it. You want to join George of Ireland, but I will donate for the fish. God damn it. There will be once the fish are in there and it's all set up and there's actually fish swimming around in there and they're comfortable and they're not dying. There will be a dedicated stream, not on this channel, on a different channel, that will literally run 24 hours a day, 6 days a week. The last day I will have to change waters and clean them all out and stuff like that. But there will be a dedicated stream called The Aquarium. Thank you very much, Eris, for throwing that out there. The Aquarium. So if you would like to follow it, it'll just have Zen music and the fish swimming around. If you would like to follow it, you are welcome to do so. It will be available as soon as the tank is up and running. You know? God. Eris, how dare you? Eris, how dare you? How dare you? Pounds to US dollars. Pounds to US dollars is doing pretty well at the moment. The problem is that I get paid in US dollars. And as a result, I get shafted. Absolutely fucking shafted. Every single payday. Since Trump has been in the White House, every single payday, I have been bent over and told to bite the pillow while the dollar's exchange rate fucks me royally. And that's just not just me, that's every fucking streamer. Apparently, Twitch is looking at paying out European streamers in euro, which when that comes online, I will absolutely be exchanging it to euro because fucking hell, the exchange rate is so much fucking better. So much fucking better in euro. You know? 26 minutes ago, Jamjar asked a sex education question. Jamjar, are you still here? So I can answer your sex education question? Perchance. About to drive home, so lurking? No worries, you do your things. Jamjar, okay, cool. 27 minutes ago, what's a kink that you actively love the concept of, just don't have time for, aside from rope? The first one immediately sprang to my head was rope. Kinks that I love the concept of, but do not have time for. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, I don't have time for most kinks. I do not have time for certain things I will try and make time with. I will book in a little bit of time if I can. And if I remember to do your usual sort of restraints, maybe book in some time in a proper dungeon and stuff. I own a dungeon, but I don't have the space to just get shit out and what have you, nor the soundproofing to just get shit out and stuff. But apart from Shibari is the one that immediately springs to mind. And it's not that I don't have the time for the event itself, the scene itself. It's I don't have the time to learn how to fucking do it. Do you know what I mean? I don't have the time to learn it. You just have a dungeon? Yeah. Rocket Dusty, how you doing? How's it going? Yeah. Yeah, I bought it so I run an erotic cabaret that has a dungeon in it. So yeah, I have one. But it's all deconstructed. It's all in the attic, you know. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Welcome on in. I would like to, a lot of the things that I think that I would enjoy, I am put off by the cleanup. And most stuff, I'm not put off by the cleanup. I'm happy to wipe shit down and what have you. But stuff like wax play, there's a lot of fun that you can have with wax play, but fuck me, the peeling it all off afterwards. Oh, pain in the ass. That is the thing I don't have the time for. The wax play itself, probably got the time for. The bit afterwards where you're peeling it all off and stuff like that, whilst also trying to give somebody aftercare. Ugh. Lots of time. Time and work, and I'm all for the aftercare, not for the peeling shit off. You know? I'm trying to think of other stuff that I like the concept of. Because most of the stuff that I like the concept of, I just do. Or would do. I don't know. I think it's just Shibari. I think it's just Shibari. or kenbaku, as it is actually known. I made the mistake of having a big goldfish with other smaller fish around the fish bowl as a child. Bigger one hurt one of the little ones and it died later. Have to have a large tank, so it might be okay. Oh yeah. If the rule of fish, generally speaking, if a small fish will fit inside the mouth of a big fish, the big fish will eat the small fish. Absolutely. You know, can confirm that's me as an American who came over, budgeted correctly, got fucked over because the US to the pound ratio was way wrong. The US to pound ratio is fucked. Absolutely fucked. That's a jewelry tank in the corner, I do believe. That is very much a fish tank. Very much a fish tank. I would like it to be a fish jewelry tank. Maybe I could put some non-reactive jewelry in there at points. I don't have any spare jewelry. I like to wear it all. Maybe if I ever get rid of jewelry, I'll hang it in there. The one ring to rule them all and all that jazz, you know? You know? You smell smoke? Okay. Is that a problem? Is it smoke that you have done yourself? Have you set a fire? Have you left the fire unattended? Have you left toast in the toasting machine? What? Where's the smoke coming from? Thank you for being amazing and making me laugh and sharing your positivity. You are very, very welcome. I don't know how else to be, but you are very, very welcome for sure. Vac bed so you can become fish. I don't know. I think I would get a little bit of claustrophobia with a vac bed. Vac bed, for those people that don't know, is kind of like a bed sheet made out of latex, and you lie in between two sheets of latex. That's all sealed around the outside, like a duvet cover made out of latex, usually in some kind of like piping frame. And then as you lie inside it, you have like a mouth hole, so you can breathe out of it and stuff like that. And then someone attaches a vacuum cleaner to it that sucks all the air out from between the two sheets of latex, which means that you are basically vacuum sealed. You are sealed like the vacuum seal meat in shrink wrapped kink. Shrink wrapped kink is slightly different, but yes, shrink wrapped kink is like you can get industrial like cling film shrink wrap. And a lot of people, we've got a couple in the dungeon. Like it's like, yeah, you can get wrapped up to a pole or what have you. That is absolutely something that can happen. But the vac beds are slightly different. Vac beds are a lot more like vacuum forming. Do you know like the when you're packing away clothing and you put them in those big bags and then you stick a hoover on the thing and it like sucks all the air from it and it makes them real easy to pack and stuff like that. Kind of like that, but with a human body. You know? Daredevil sounds fucking awful to you. That is entirely fair. That is obviously, if you've got a latex allergy, that makes it, hey, hell no on the latex, Tiny Dinky. I'm assuming you may have a latex allergy. Then that can make it problematic. So yeah, I think you can get like latex free ones. There will be like plastic versions out there that are not yeah, I think there'll be ones out there that are not too much of a problem, you know. Isn't suffocation play shown in League of Gentlemen? Yeah, League of Gentlemen play shows an awful lot of more obscure things, should we say. That was probably my first experience of like breath play. Was watching League of Gentlemen, being like, what the fuck is going on here? How's it going, Zabadi? Oh, Zabadi, and you take it easy, you beautiful being. Sleep well, you beautiful human being. Thanks so much for stopping by. Thanks so much for berating me with terrible dad jokes, you terrible human being, you. Sleep well, you beautiful being. Where was I? There. I just thought the other day of, if the apocalypse happened tomorrow, I'd 100% want somebody interested in rope on my side because the knots are super complex. That's a useful skill to have. Yeah, that's fair. It depends. I've realized that if an apocalypse happens, it entirely depends on the type of apocalypse. If it's a zombie apocalypse, I'm going to die in a week. I'm going to die in a week. I'm going to die in a week. Because I am a hugger. And I feel sorry for people. I'm like, oh, do you feel bad? That's great. That's wonderful. Oh, look, you've bitten me. Oh, look, I'm dead. I'm a zombie now. Sexiest zombie you've ever seen, but that's not the point. If it's like fucking Metro or something like that, I might be okay. I might be all right with it. But I don't know. Maybe. Possibly. What is this you've sent me? Ooh. Oh, they're kind of like the blood farms on, is it Blade 2? Blade 2 or Blade 3 or something like that. I got you, Jam. Send for a safe for work link in chat. Is it safe for work? Suppose there's no female presenting nipples. Okay, there's a good view of vac beds. I can show you this. So this is an art installation using vac beds. The idea of like these bags of air, and there you can see they've got like the air tube out so that they can actually breathe, and this tube is the thing that sucks out the air from and vacuum seals them effectively. Seals them within the plastic itself, which can be very freeing. It can make people feel very good, like a weighted blanket almost. The compression helps them relax, etc. Yeah, it's kind of like I said, the blood farms in one of the Blade movies. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. But obviously, it's all about restraint and stuff like that. I feel like I would probably feel quite claustrophobic in those. I'm not a massive claustrophobic person. I don't feel claustrophobia very often by any stretch of the imagination. But I feel in that circumstance, I probably would. I probably would, you know? Thank you very much, Jam, for providing that for us. I appreciate that. My brain was smoking. My brain is very much smoking at the moment. I've had a very busy day. It's been a great day, but it's been a very busy day. And also, like, when we start talking, like, earlier on when we were talking about, like, littles and stuff like that, when it comes to a somewhat controversial topic, my brain goes into absolute overdrive. Like, my brain goes from 0 to a 205 in 3 seconds. Because it's like, right, I need to be aware that this is a conversation that could spiral very, very quickly. So I need to be thinking ahead 5 or 6 steps just to be 100% sure that what I'm saying is both accurate and also said in a way that is easy to understand so that people get it without judgment. Do you know what I mean? One of those scenarios. Same room in my bed, all the wooden planks, I know. Outrageous, right? In the attic, yeah. Look, I needed to store it somewhere, Jam. Okay? You get 3 days of your own bed back before I have to put the dungeon there, okay? I was a Rainbow Brownie Girl Guide Ranger. Don't know Shibari, but I cannot. Yes. I can make do. I'm a very productive person. I think I could survive quite well in certain apocalyptic scenes. I would probably end up making some kind of small village full of partying, but you know, you love peeling it off. It's so much fun. Amazing. If that's what you're into, absolutely, Citrines, guys, for sure. I'd be a peeler. That's what I need then. I need to do the wax play and then have like 3 or 4 peelers that can, like, I'll do all the wax play stuff and then you can just sit and peel together. You know? While I give them comfort and aftercare on like an emotional basis, you know? Does that sound good? We can do that? Yeah? I'll do the wax art, then do the aftercare on a comfort and emotional basis, and you can all just sit and peel the wax off their back. Yeah? Sounds good? Woo! Perfect. Let's do that then. That's like food play, fun getting messy, but a pain in the ass getting cleaned up. I am not a food play person. I've tried it. It just wasn't my cup of tea. I'm very much a view of try everything twice because the first time it might hurt. You know? Wasn't my cup of tea. The Sploshist's Oscar in London was a couple of years back, but a lot of cleanup there. Oh, God, yeah. Sploshing is like food play to the extreme. Food play to the extreme. Clumsy fingers and useless at practical skills like that, so I take my hat off to you. Yeah. For sure, for sure. Have dex issues, which is why I haven't learned rope work yet. I need a spotter for safety, I think. I can tie knots slowly. I wouldn't feel safe using shears fast enough in emergency. That's fair. That is fair. Yes, when it comes to any kind of rope work, friends, always have emergency safety shears available to be able to cut the rope if needed at any point. Ooh. Okay. All good. Somebody sent me a message. I didn't know whether it was an emergency or not, but it wasn't. It's all good. So fucked. A 45 purchase at Primark was like $70. Can be like $25 difference. That was insane. Used to be only like $2. Oh, absolutely, Eris. Like when I said that, like 2021, when I was paid $1,000, I would get 970 Great British pounds for it. Nowadays, if I get paid $1,000, I will be lucky to get £700 for it. Lucky. The difference between my last month was a very good month because some of you may remember that somebody came in and dropped 200 gifted subs on me, which melted my little fucking mind. But last month was a very good month for me. The difference between that of how much I made in dollars versus how much I made in pounds was 400. I lost 400. I lost as in the exchange rate dropped the value between dollars and pounds by 400 units. And people are like, I don't do politics. Politics is everything. Politics literally seeps into every aspect of our lives. That's soothing as fuck when I came over just to vacuum seal all of my clothing. There you go. But that on your body, you know? The compression wouldn't really help people, but you know? Avan describing scenes from the League of Gentlemen again. Yeah, exactly. Being beaten to it. Yeah. There's the League of Gentlemen, that specific scene with the breath play and the giant fucking organ of different breathing and stuff like that. That was excellent. That was fucking hilarious. But there's also the guy that got buried and had like a little tube to breathe through and stuff. That was a whole thing as well. Don't hug me, I bite you. I knew you would. Biohazard, you bite me regardless of hugs. Do you know what I mean? $2 different, not like over 10. Yay for ADHD. Forgetting to finish my sentence. No, I get what you're saying. Absolutely. Say hugger again. Hugger. I am a hugger. A very, very strong and enthusiastic hugger. Sexy zombies. What? Time for Twitch to start working again. Look. I'm just saying, Major Jiggle, that if I were to become a zombie, I would be the sexiest zombie you've ever done seen. What more do you need from life, right? What more do you need from life? Hugger/hooker challenge hitting me again. Good. I'm glad that I can make people just take a moment, Tinter Ginge. But they're like, did he just say, hold on. Is he for hire? Can we hire him by the hour? Hold on. Oh, he said hugger. Hug. Never mind. Van hugging zombies, you know it. We can both bite him. All of you biting me. What's all this? How dare you? Stay away from me. No teeth marks. Right? What if no hugs, only bites? Yeah. What happens if I bite a zombie? Will it turn into a human? A very, very flamboyant human? Will that happen? I like that idea. It was an art installation? Yeah. It's a very cool art installation, to be honest, yeah. We all have to bite you now? First of all, how dare you apologize when you don't mean it, Onion Pencil? You know how I feel about that. Second of all, rude. Rude. Like the idea, but nope. Yeah, which is fair. I'm very much, as I've said before, I'm very much a try everything twice because the first time it might hurt, you know? One true cripple. Stupid co-workers irritating me to do. Could use that sexy smolder. Getting all close and personal, OTC. I see what's going on. Whoop. Hello. Minimized everything by accident. It's fine. It's all right. I got it. I can get everything back up. It's fine. It's not a problem. It's getting close. Couldn't help myself. Got so enthusiastic about getting all of my business that all of my screens minimized. Not their fault. They can't deal with this level of sexual ardor. Sexual ardor, not sexual larder. All right? I do not have a larder of sex. Or do I? Not entirely sure. Possibly, maybe. I do have an attic. I don't have a larder, but I do have an attic. I've got a loft space full of deviants and debauchery and moderators. Ugh. They are just the worst, I tell you.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you very much for the follow. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it, you cheeky little devil. Anyway, one true cripple. I hope that the delightful close-up of my sexy visage has made dealing with your work colleagues a little bit easier. And remember, it's not okay to hit them, but you can throw soggy tea bags at them. You know? Welcome on in, new friend. How you doing? I will not call you out just in case you're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here. Thank you so much for pressing that follow button. I appreciate that. My claustrophobia says fuck no, respectively. Yeah, I would. I'm like I said, I'm not a massively claustrophobic person by any stretch of imagination. I'm fine with crawling through tight spaces and what have you, but I feel that a vac bed would trigger it a little bit more than I would be comfortable with. You know, have some friends who do vac beds. Very interesting and often very beautiful, but very dystopian looking. Yes, yeah, very much so. I've got a rubber collective. There's a rubber social group, a group of rubber enthusiasts who are keen to speak to me about getting involved with one of their rubber socials. So that'll be interesting. I'd plug the air tube if Valen was in there. I know you would. That's the reason why I won't do it, Biohazard. The fear of your manipulations. Because you do that and then you put me in the butthole. That's the bit I'd enjoy. Claustrophobia says, oh no, yeah. Welcome to come on to him. One scene in Queen of the Damned. Oh, well, now you've made it appealing. You know? There's always an air tube. Yeah, there's always an air tube. I wouldn't buy Val because I don't know him very well. Exactly, Liz. You don't know where I've been. Don't know what I'm riddled with, you know? Get very full-on claustrophobic in those things. And that's, I don't want to be trapped with my own farts. IBS is lethal. Oh my god. Amazing. Druid Estimedian. That's fucking hilarious. I know a few people like, this is the other thing, all right? I grew up throughout the 90s and 2000s with what can only be described as dickhead mates. The kind of mates that would absolutely, you be there having a wonderful time in a vac bed, like sealed down, not able to really maneuver, and you feel the pressure, you feel the comfort, you feel all the things, and while you're breathing through a little fucking thingy, and suddenly one of your dear friends who loves you wonderfully knows you can't escape and farts down the fucking tube. Absolutely. Can see it. Can see it happening. And I know that that person would be Biohazard. All right? I can see it. I can see it. All right? Splashing and food play give me the heebie-jeebies. Sensory nightmare. Yeah. Did you see the it was like a mini documentary? Like a social media just reel type thing of the individual that liked getting treated like a kebab. I could imagine that being a sensory nightmare, and it did make me go, I'm not sure about that. But yeah, I did find it fascinating. I did find it fascinating that he enjoyed it that much. There was part of me that was like, is this a skit? Was it like a skit, you know? But I would give me the OT. Oh my lordy. I would give it to Classic Junk. Can I find it? He gets into like a giant, you know those giant blankets that look like tortillas? He gets wrapped in one of those. Wow. I type in man kebab kink and all of the pornography shows up. So much for the, have I got my VPN set to somewhere else? No, I don't even have the VPN on. So much for the Online Safety Act. I'm trying to find a picture. Here we go. No, that's not what I want. I just want the... There we go. The link. I will mute it because I do not want to be... Oh my fucking... Technology? Do what I am telling you to do. Right. Okay, so immediately it's on the YouTube channel that says Channel 4 Comedy. So I'm assuming this is a skit. And they've conveniently blurred out his nipples. Is there a less saucy, literally saucy, image of him that I can show everybody? Yeah, this will do. They've blurred out his nipples so I can actually show you this. I'm not going to press play, and there's no sauce involved, okay? I know that people have an issue with the sauce side of things, but they've blurred out his female-presenting nipples so I can show you this. So he's laid on like a tortilla-like blanket, and then he gets covered in salad, and then he gets covered in sauce, and he just rubs it all over him, and then he gets wrapped in the tortilla blanket. As much as this does look like it's a piss take, this does look like it's the kind of thing that's like taking the piss out of like extreme food kinks and stuff like sploshing and what have you. I know that there are people out there that probably will really like something like this. That would genuinely really enjoy being treated like a kebab or what have you. So he just lays out, gets covered in sauce, bits and pieces, and then finally wrapped up in the tortilla blanket as if he is a giant kebab. But yeah, the fact that it is on Channel 4 Comedy, the Channel 4 Comedy YouTube channel, from a program called The Bait. I would imagine that is probably a piss take. But there will be people out there that see that and go, yeah, actually, I really like that idea. For sure. For sure. Where was I? There. Even if you don't do politics, politics will do you. 100% Rocket. 100 per fucking cent. Per fucking cent. Per fucking cent. I've said it now. I'm sticking with it. Midgard, how you doing, you beautiful individual? Without lube, safe words, or aftercare. I know, right? Does Twitch make you take it out in pounds, so no control of the exchange rate, or can you take it out in dollars and choose where to exchange it? They make me take it out in pounds. They didn't used to, row your boat. So when I first started streaming, way back in the day, fucking 7 years ago now, Jesus Christ. When I first started streaming, we could choose to take it out in dollars, which is what I used to do. I used to take it out in dollars, have it in a bank account full of dollars, and then wait for the exchange rate to be really good before I change it over to pounds. That was what I used to do. I used to try and be smart with my money. Sometimes it didn't work because I just needed the money, so I just did it with whatever the exchange rate was there and then. And then they changed it. I can't even remember how many years ago. But they changed it one year where they were like, right, you will get paid out in your local currency. There you go. Enjoy that. And it was like, or more specifically, you get paid out in dollars. Everyone got paid out in dollars. And whatever the exchange rate was the exchange rate. So my pay slips, which aren't pay slips, but my, what they're fucking called? Begins with an R. Not a requisition form. Not a requiem. A specific type of form. Remittance. Thank you very much. Yes, Major Jiggle. My remittance will be in dollars. And then the amount that gets paid into my bank account is in Great British pounds. Which means I have no choice over it. It is always that case. And unfortunately, I did try and get it into at one stage, fucking years ago. I don't know whether it's changed now, but years ago, when they made this big change, I did try to get it into a dollar bank account. And what ended up happening was it would be transferred from dollars into Great British pounds and then back into dollars again, which meant I was losing out doubly. And it was like, fuck me, not doing that again. Jesus Christ. So yeah, I just get fucked. Me and everybody, every streamer outside of the United States gets fucked by the dollar exchange. A hugger bugger? I'm up for a hugger bugger. I can hug somebody while buggering them. That's absolutely something. Or be hugged while being buggered. Yeah, absolutely. You know? What did I miss? Who knows? He's a hugger between him, Lou, and Pix. I don't know who hugs made my little Eris heart want to melt more. Oh, bless. Did he get upset when he didn't? When I didn't give him a hug because I forgot there was a lockdown? Oh yeah, I did forget there was a lockdown. I was very annoyed about it. I was very annoyed about it, Sway. It's true. And that isn't to say that I demand hugs, friends. If you are not a hugger, I respect your boundaries. Absolutely. I've met many people in my life and I'm like, are you a hugger? And they'll say no. And I'm like, no worries. We'll just carry on with our lives by any stretch of imagination. No qualms with that at all. However, I thoroughly enjoy a good hug. You sure you can't hire you for an hour? Only hugs? Seriously? Only hugs? Do you know what? There are professional cuddlers out there, aren't there? There are people who are professional cuddlers, get hired out by the hour just to cuddle somebody, which I thought was a very, very cute thing to do. For people that are just a little bit touch-starved, you know? I'm a hugger in my heart, but I also want to raise... I was raised very touch-starved. So initiating hugs isn't my really of expertise. Aw. I assume everybody's a hugger. I always ask, but I just assume. You know. That's what happens to me. Yeah. Has someone recently asked me to video my feet stepping in slime? Had such a visceral reaction to the mere suggestion that I didn't even bother to explain how much I hated the idea. Sent a link to someone who creates that kind of content and blocked. Fair. Absolutely fair. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I fully get the people that make lots of money off of those things, but it isn't for everybody. And you would think that instead of, like, for me personally, if I have a particular kink or something, for example, I would search out, like, if I had a particular kink and I wanted to purchase some media content from somebody doing that kink, I would search out the sex workers that already do that stuff. Do you know what I mean? I would search out the sex workers that already do that stuff. I'd be like, right, I would, using your example, I want to see somebody put their feet into slime. I will find content creators that have already done shit like that and approach them about it. I wouldn't just randomly message somebody that I've seen the photo of and been like, hey, will you step in slime for me? Don't even make content. Yeah, go find people that do. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. 100%. Sexual harder, sexual larder, lots of lard. An attic, exactly. Sexual father. That's who's your daddy? I mean, what? You've got a whole wardrobe? Yeah, that's not a sexual wardrobe, though. It's sexual because of the costumes in it, the outfits that I wear, but it is not inherently a sexual place, you know? Love you chat, and I'm... love you chat, and you... Oh, thank you very much. You made me smile, because I don't understand half of what you're talking about, but I don't judge. Tiny Dinky, you are welcome to ask questions. You are welcome to ask questions. We don't judge people for asking questions here by any stretch of the imagination. Because the reason why is because the vast majority of the time, we are talking about some description of sexual topic, you know? But I also know that the vast majority of sex education across the entire world has been diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. As a result of that, we don't judge people for asking questions. Because people ask questions so that they learn more, you know? You know? All Northerners had lard sex. Vegetarian? No. Nah, I'm good. I'm alright. You know? And dry your balls next time? Never. Never. I like them moist and sodden just for you, jam job brain. You know? Aratastico, welcome on in. I hope I pronounced your name right. How you doing? I'm here because of my friend Terry MB. Basically, everything you do on Instagram got sucked in by your wisdom. I appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you very much for popping in and saying hi. Also, Midgard Falls, fucking hell. I can never read. Midgard Falls coming in with the 5 stream streak in a row, and Dabber Cogsworth coming in with the 105 stream streak in a row. Jesus Christ. Look, it's got dark now. The wind's picked up. Get a nippy out there. Nippy on your nipples. Calm it down. Good Lord. Put some clothes on. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, you cheeky devils? Good Lord. Yorkshire tea is aftercare? Always. Always. Always a bit of Yorkshire tea aftercare for sure. Whenever I see a friend, I'll throw up my arms and ask, want a hug? If yes, big squishy hugging shoes. If no, no problem. They'll just say what they prefer. Exactly. Absolutely. Absolutely. I too was taken by Val on Instagram. Thank you very much. I tried to post every single day, and so far I've been doing very well at posting every single day. It can be quite exhausting, just trying to keep up with it all. Like, in fact, you know what? Let me have a look right now. If I just open Instagram, 44 comments, 28 likes, and 34 new follows. I'm like, cool. So after stream, I've got at least 44 comments on one of my platforms that I need to go through. God knows what it's going to be like on the other ones, but we'll see. We'll see, you know. This is a very small downside to the blowing up on these social medias. I very much appreciate it. Like, I was definitely feeling quite stagnant in my content creation career, like before Christmas. And at the beginning of the year, I was like, I'm not really going anywhere. What's happening? What's going on? How can I do things differently? Maybe I'd just get back into these bits and pieces. And I have got back into those bits and pieces, and it has massively helped me and my own mental health and stuff like that. But the very, very, very small downside is being like, right, okay, I've got 44 comments to go through after stream, you know? Getting wrong brand of tree for your partner's aftercare is a divorceable offense. Outrageous. Oh, be flipping tables. One way to instantly ruin aftercare, you know? God, yes, the kebab now, that was grim. Yeah. It was definitely a powerful thing. Like, I'm almost gutted that it was like a skit. Because there definitely will be people out there that have that level of desire, shall we say, you know, to be treated like food, you know? I mean, fucking hell, there is literally a kink for cannibalism and being eaten by a cannibal. Like, there are full-on scientific names for those desires, you know? I want one of those blankets, one of the big burrito blankets, yeah, tortilla blanket, that's the one. And 2 bread pillows so I can get all snuggled up in my bread bed. Oh my god, I love it. Love it. Yeah, I was very careful about the image I chose to share. Major Jiggle, for sure. Major Jiggle claiming a whimsical fact. Let's have a look. What we can find about Schmecks today. One that we haven't done before. They're saying that we've got a lot of new people here, so maybe we could do that. That's one we all know, but it is probably worth hammering back in again. Oh, that's a fun one. All right. According to opositive.com, the health section, the average penile vaginal penetrative sex or sexual intercourse lasts approximately 5.4 minutes, whilst also sex between two people with penises also lasts approximately 5.4 minutes on average as well. Since, generally speaking, that coital engagement is all about the penis reaching climax. When we're talking about literally the point, not the foreplay bit, the foreplay bit, the pre-penetration bit, the actual penetration bit. You know what I mean? Providing that it's round one. Anyway. On average, it takes somebody with a vulva 14 minutes to reach orgasm when having coital engagement with a partner. And I am all too aware that when it comes to lesbian sex, that
you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
That lasts on average until one of them is kicked off the other one because of the fact that they're too sensitive. That is generally the rule of thumb. When it comes to people with penises, sex ends when the meaty love truncheon sprays its baby gravy all over whatever scenario. When it comes to vulvas, especially vulvas with people with other vulvas, it ends when one of them is kicked in the face because they're too sensitive. And they're like, stop it! I can't! Just stop! Get off me! Stop clamping onto my clitoris! What is... Just get off! What is wrong with you? Come on now. I'm trying to just have a breath. I know that you enjoy giving me orgasms, but just calm it down. God damn it. There you go. There you go. Eloana, how you doing, you beautiful individual? All the wonderful people in chat. I'm late because I had nothing. You do not have to make excuses for being late. Eloana, you never have to make excuses for being late. You arrive whenever you arrive, and we accept you in that scenario. People, don't apologize for being late. Don't make excuses for being late. You don't explain yourself. You don't need to. You don't need to. Just arrive whenever you arrive. You're all right. You're okay. We accept it. It's like, cool. Welcome on in. You know? You know? Take opportunities to ask if the current situation is huggable affair. I like that, Rusted Reverie. That's a nice one. That's a nice one. When spending unprecedented amounts of time in bed, one has to find ways to amuse themselves. Carb loading my bedclothes amuses you. Entirely fair. I like it. Absolutely. Val, is that a jam episode? They have some full-on fetish stuff. Oh, really? So is The Bait not a comedy show? Is it a different one? Good toasty, feel loafed. Oh my god. Happy King, exactly. Like 10,000% know folks who would fucking love that. Yeah, exactly, right? Does someone take a bite out of him? I mean, maybe. He'd probably like it, to be honest with you. Not my cuppa, but wonderfully harmless. Exactly, right? In my head, he was wrapped up in a costume and got a pole to spin around. So at the beginning of that thing, as I was flicking through that video, I saw at the beginning he was on a pole. So he was like rotating round, kind of like kebab meat. And then he was lifted from the pole and put it into the tortilla. You know? Only closest to my cuppa being somewhat extreme, but anyhow, that's not wrong. Nothing wrong with that by any stretch of imagination. Like I said, as far as I'm concerned, things might not be my cup of tea personally, but so long as it's all between consenting adults, I don't give a shit. You know, I'm not going to judge. Imagining though getting a monthly requiem. I couldn't remember what it was called, Nibbering. All right, my brain is failing me. It's losing the will. German stream mentioned on her stream that she will soon be paid out in euros rather than in dollars. They have to be converted. I will thoroughly enjoy that. I don't even know if it's going to be available to the UK streamers. But if I can get paid out in euros instead of dollars, that's probably going to be... Well, I'll certainly give it a try and see if it's worthwhile. You know? You must demand hugs. I'll demand hugs from you, Onion Pencil. Professional cuddlers are real. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Absolutely. No worries, Royo. You take it easy, you beautiful beans. Be off and do your enjoyable things elsewhere, you wonderful bean. Love hugs, but people tend to assume that I don't because I'm an anxious bean. Oh, that's why I ask. That's why I ask Rocket Dusty. So that if people want a hug, they can have one, you know? Couldn't be a professional cuddler, get too hot and roll away. That is fair. That is fair. It's interesting. I watched a mini documentary on professional cuddlers, and they were saying about like they go, they just hug, they cuddle, they do like they give. Especially like it's usually like partners who have got the one of the women that was on there that was the client of a professional hugger. Like her partner was in the armed forces and spent many months away, and therefore they just like she was like. Spoke about it with her husband and was like, can I have a professional cuddler that can just come and hug me and stuff like that? And they talked about it and they were like, yeah, absolutely fine. As long as there's like, they were monogamous. It was like, you are welcome to have a hugger to just come and cuddle you. That's fine. But I'd rather it didn't go any further than that, etc. And they were talking about the professional cuddler. It was like, yep, sometimes it gets a little bit uncomfortable. So I have to take a moment. I just go and take 5 minutes, 5-minute breather, rearrange myself or what have you. Because the thing is, when you're having intimacy like that, sometimes you can get aroused out of nowhere and stuff like that. It just depends, you know. It doesn't mean that you're going to fuck somebody, but it's just a case of like, okay, yeah, I need to take a moment just to sort myself out, come back later on, just give you a good cuddle and stuff, you know. It was a very interesting documentary. I'd never considered the concept of professional cuddlers prior to that moment, you know. say all blessed, but I'm like so serious. That many people I have never met before basically be like pushing to hug. Now my brain going, we're being offered hugs. We are loved. Hug back. Almost cried. Oh, bless you. Like, then that's so cute. That is adorable. You beautiful, beautiful being, you. That's proper warmed my little soul, Eris. Don't even make content for Copan people that do, exactly, right? But you have sense. That is true, Onion Pencil. I do have a modicum of sense. It has to be said, right? You did not just who's your daddy as Vader.
The force is strong in this one. Feel my lightsaber. It is strong. It is powerful. I shall be your demise. Who's your daddy? Who's your father? Who's your father? Do you feel the force deep within you? Feel the force rising. Feel the force as it builds inside you. Yes. Yes.
Telling Disney, do it. Do it. Spam comments on Valen's other platforms. I appreciate that. I'm an hour and a half into my 16-hour shift. Feel crummy today, so this stream is a nice distraction. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Reverend. Well, I hope that the rest of your shift goes well, and goes quickly. I hope it's busy enough. As I always say, I hope it's busy enough to go quickly, but not busy enough to be stressful. You know. First half is the part I need to go fast. The second half is much easier. That's good. That's good. Well, hopefully we'll be able to distract you for a bit for sure. That's two of my doubles. Then the rest of my week get to stay home. Oh, good, 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 good. Right. Let me catch up a wee bit, and then I'll do Qualia's Schmeck's question. Lesbian sex can last for days with enough breaks for snacks and naps. Exactly. Exactly, right? For just 5 minutes, why bother? Well, that's the point where the penetration starts. On average. And again, this is averages. I have definitely, absolutely definitely had coital engagement sessions that have been much quicker than that because of the built-up tension.
Little stalker.
Thank you so much for the follow. Also, the person before. Oh, Jilly Bean, you've said hello. Hello, you beautiful bean. Now I can say thank you to the follow for you. And thank you to the follow for the other person that has followed. Thank you very much for those follows. I really appreciate it. I don't like to call people out in case they're lurking, but you are very, very welcome here, you beautiful beans. Duchess Demona, come here, cheeky devil. What do you like claiming cheeky kisses, you cheeky individual, you? And Demon Kitty, welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Thank you very much for popping by and saying hi, you glorious beans. Welcome on in. Where was I? Yeah, the just 5 minutes thing. Like, I've definitely had sex where it has been far shorter than 5 minutes because the build-up has been intense. It's been a few days since I've relieved myself. Like, it's just been wild. And usually on those times, it's like, okay, that was quick. Let's go for round 2 in a second. You know. But then I've also definitely had coital engagement sessions that have lasted for hours. Hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Sometimes needing to stop because I am not going, like, I'm having a moment of sexual non-concordance, which there is no shame in, and I openly talk about the fact that I've dealt with this in the past. And it's like, cool, I'm not going to jizz. There will be no baby gravy spraying all over the place. There will be no Gaviscon advert taking part in these sheets. And as a result, I'm like, cool, well, we'll keep going until one of us runs out of energy. You know. You know. The foreplay / after penis in vagina can last for hours too. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. In fact, I encourage it to. I absolutely encourage it to. You know? I will say, as a personal individual, and this is a personal decision, a personal choice and what have you, I personally don't like to initiate PIV until I know that person has already had a couple of orgasms. That's a personal choice. I am very much... People have weird associations with the whole dynamic of pleasure doming, but I think a lot of that comes from many people misrepresenting it and not fully understanding the dynamics of it. But I know within certain kink scenes, being a pleasure dom is seen as a bad thing, which is dominating someone through the medium of pleasure. I very, very, very much enjoy giving pleasure, probably more than I enjoy receiving pleasure myself. Like, I enjoy that, having the power in my hands to cause wave upon wave of squiggly goodness, you know? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. I enjoy the rest of it as well, don't get me wrong. But I know which one I enjoy more. Need a spray bottle like when the pets misbehave. Back, down, girl. Absolutely. I've definitely used them before as well. Just on people in general. Stop. Nope. Someone mentioned jam. I think jam is where I first heard of bagpiping. That's a new one. My mind's going a million different places for sure. Looking divine as always, Wrath of Me. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That were made for a great clip of the birds and the birds and the birds. I thought twice before posting. Never know how people may take it. To be fair, Deathly Incubus, the amount of the clips that I have recently seen on Twitch, I am very, very open-minded. PIV is penis in vagina, Tiny Dinky. With the understanding that sex can be different things for different people. Yes, penis in vagina. I am very open-minded. I am very much a person that is like, you do you. When it comes to, especially when it comes to other content creators, I'm like, you do you. Do whatever it is you want. I also, 9 times out of 10, find it very, very entertaining the way that people get around TOS and stuff like that. The way they don't break the rules, but they definitely push it to its limits. And some of the clips that I have seen recently, I'm like, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Come on. Really? That's cheap. Cheap views is what that is. Cheap views. I mean, they do them. Absolutely. I'm like, oh, come on.
Stalker.
You know what's going on here. We all know what's going on here. This takes no effort. Put some effort in. Thank you so much for the follow, you beautiful being. Welcome on in. I don't like to call people out just in case they're lurking, but you are very welcome. Very, very welcome here, Cheeky Devil. I was talking to my sibling about people who sound like they've been trained in public speaking, and she pulled up a TikTok as an example. It was one of your videos. Amazing. Amazing. I have not been trained in public speaking by any stretch of imagination. I've been trained in performance. Absolutely. The vast majority of it just comes from my own experience. You know? But yeah, I've not been trained specifically to do like speeches and stuff like that. Like talking in front of fuck tons of people and shit like that. Performance, yeah, but the rest, you know. But how you doing, The Raven? How's it going? Don't know about The Bait. Might be a skit that teamed up with takeaway type delivery service for an advert. Jam has a lot of very off the wall dark comedy skits and often had full on fetish aspects going on, as well as very strange sex skits in general. Shit your leg off or porn performers spunking to death. Interesting. Well, I might have to look this one up, Druidessa Minion. May have to look this one up. Qualia, are you still here, you beautiful bean? Just checking in. Won't be a lurker for long. I've seen you for ages on various platforms. The first time I've seen you here. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, you cheeky devil. I appreciate that. You are still here. Fantastic. 16 minutes ago, you asked me a sex education question. Ask Val a Schmeck's question. For people that don't know, people that may have just joined us, you can use your channel points to ask me a sex education. You can use your channel points for a million different things, but you can use it to ask me a Schmeck's question, which is to prey upon my sex education knowledge. After our wedding, my husband became disabled, and I realized that he's a sex-repulsed asexual. He's financially dependent on me and opposed to opening the relationship. You are not asexual and have a high sex drive. And I've gone 12 years without sex. I'd never leave him. I feel guilty even saying I don't want 30 more years without sex. He knows, but it's at an impasse. I'd value an outside perspective on the ethics and how to honor both of our needs. That is a difficult one. That is a difficult one. I'm going to ask a couple of questions, if I may, and all of the questions that I'm going to ask need to be understood with certain things. Okay, first of all, you do not have to answer anything that you don't want to answer, because this is a public platform, and you might not want to share certain information. That is perfectly fine. Fully understand your boundaries and respect them. Secondly, it also needs to be understood that I am not a medical professional or a psychology professional. All of the information that I give you is based on my own research and my own understanding of certain things. Okay? That being said, I can now open up this conversation. That's a difficult one, for sure. The first question I have to ask is, how long were you together before you got married? The second question I have to ask is, did you have sex? Did you have like premarital sex? And thirdly, and this is a very personal and personal to your husband particularly, was your sex life good prior to him becoming disabled? And that is no judgment on the disabled community by any stretch of the imagination. It's just something that could factor into it. Those are the three questions I have to ask you. Now in the Spanish Vader voice. Oh, I couldn't do that. Couldn't do that, Incubus. But you got the Izzard quote. I'm glad to hear it. Kiara Strings, how you doing, you beautiful bean? I did see you earlier, but I forgot to say hello. How you doing, you beautiful bean? Can get it. Oh, wow. Wow, if Goofy? Really? Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Demon Key, how you doing, you beautiful bean? No, I can't resist a cheeky kiss. The only way to do it. The only way to do it. No, it's less autocorrect, but it doesn't make any less true. Entirely fair. Entirely fair, for sure. Yeah, you love that then? Yeah. Penis in Velociraptors. Oh my god. My god, so many things. Yeah, Kitty Dagger, how you doing, you beautiful being? How's it going? Maybe it's just an experience. Exactly. I mean, for me, you've got to remember that in regards to like public speaking, you've got to remember that I've been doing this for 7 years alone. I've been doing Ken, where I am the host. I compare the show for 10 years. Prior to that, I hosted a couple of other shows and have done what can only really be described as a cosmic fuck ton of stage performances. Both street theatre, theatre and education, and on stage itself. So I've had a lot of experience performing and improvising and thinking on my feet and learning how to enunciate so that everybody can understand the words that I'm saying, you know. It doesn't quite work if you go for a full Hull accent. Right, mate, fucking hell. To be or not to be, that's the fucking question, innit? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have the same sort of same sort of eloquence, you know? Tell me what Chris Morris did after Brass Eye, if you don't know of it. I did not know of it. But then I also didn't watch Brass Eye. I have not watched a lot of TV. I have not watched a lot of TV by any stretch of the imagination. I am too busy doing other things. Pastor Van, how you doing? Welcome on in. Why is the stream was? Because stream broke. That's why we came over here. Huh? Stream broke? Oh, right. Yeah. I got you. I'm just a lamp. Welcome on in. Hope you had a wonderful day. I hope you've had a wonderful day, you wonderful individual. I've been doing all right. Thank you very much. Had quite a productive day today. Has to be said. Most Effect, welcome on in. How you doing, you cheeky devil? Since the existence of penises in dinosaurs is a debated topic, according to my totally legit Google research. Fair. Do they think it was something different? Because I think that shark penises are not referred to as penises. And I think certain lizards have got that twin penis thing going on as well. The Death Star Cantina, but I watched the Spanish dub of The Empire recently, and Spanish Vader voice actor is something special. Japanese is also fun. Well, shit. Blow Ninja, hello, you beautiful being. My poor ability to enunciate was definitely my biggest theatre blocker. Oh, I'm good to hear that. Thank you so much to the people using their channel points to redeem lurkings and letting Twitch know that you are still here, for sure. Hope you had a wonderful day. I want theatre. I want Shakespeare with a Hull accent peeping through the dramatic moments. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him fucking well. He was a right banger of a mate. Enunciation and projection. Yes, I'm very loud. That is also the other side of things, for sure. Hope the chaos treats you kindly. Saw pictures of you and Eris. Totally normal pictures. They were totally normal pictures. Just totally normal pictures in an abnormal environment, you know? Mana Rain, welcome on in. I'm here in the dark void. A watcher from the dark void. My God, to all of you people who are watchers from the dark void, aka lurkers, I appreciate you. Welcome on in. You are welcome to be here. You do not have to come out of lurk. I just appreciate you being here all the same. You know what I mean? About a year, we did have premarital sex. His sex repulsion appeared to show up later in the relationship, but did show up after about a year or two after the start of his other relationships.
Do you follow most kind little stalker?
I hear that's not
77 is an odd composite number. It is made from 711, two lucky-looking numbers working together. It has 8 divisors, 1, 7, 11, 77 and a few more in between. In binary, 77 becomes 100111. In many cultures, 7 is considered lucky, making 77 feel like a double dose of luck.
Ooh.
In cricket, a score of 77 is sometimes called the double Nelson, a number surrounded by superstition among players. In chemistry, the atomic number 77 belongs to iridium, one of the most corrosion-resistant metals known.
Well, shucks. There we go. We found out some information today. Tech, you beautiful individual, you. I ran into Tech and spiders the other day. I was wandering around. I was like, oh, there's Tech. What are you doing here? What's going on here? What's happening? Actually, now grab your name on the mirror at Vane, you cheeky devil. By having your name on the mirror at Vane means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum's Snapchat. We've known each other too long for that shit. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror. Oh God, I look rough. But God damn, do I make rough look good. Ooh, sexy. Oh, yes, meow, you know? Okay, back to Qualia. So you did have premarital sex. The sexual repulsion appeared to show up later in his relationships. Start of his other... When you say other relationships, Qualia, do you mean non-monogamous relationships? Or do you mean... Oh, prior girlfriends? Interesting. Okay. That's spurred me on to ask another question, if I may. Did you know... Okay. When did you discover that your partner was a sex-repulsed asexual? I'm just trying to get a bit of a background here so that I can understand the build-up of it all, to understand the dynamic of the situation, you know? Need to rewatch them. It's been many, many years. I feel like I need to watch them from the first time, do you know what I mean? About 6 years ago, after I insisted on therapy. As in couples therapy or therapy for your partner? Very important question. Individual and couples therapy. Okay, cool. Now, first things first, I want to preface this by saying that there is nothing wrong with asexuality. There is nothing wrong with sexual repulsed asexuality. This is a pretty specific situation that you find yourself in, Qualia. And it's difficult. And I understand that it is difficult, for sure. Because I have absolutely no doubt that you still love each other completely and utterly. But this is a problem. This is a problem. Naturally, the first thing that I would say is to open up instead of becoming polyamorous, to become non-monogamous, so that you get your sex from other people, but all of the relationship dynamics fall directly with that partner. But I fully understand that actually is a big deal breaker for a lot of asexual people. I did, in fact, one of the podcast episodes that I did was with a wonderful individual, Becca Beckery, where we talked about asexuality and we talked about the dynamics of sex and stuff like that. Now, I know some people who are in relationships with asexual individuals, and they are either polyamorous, where they can get their fulfillment from other individuals, or they are non-monogamous, so they get their sex from other people, but all of the love, the intimacy, the relationship side of things is with their asexual partner. But if it comes down to a fact of you literally, like, I do not want you with anybody else ever, and you are, I also only want to be with you, but I have very physical needs, very intimate physical needs. That is an extremely difficult position. And it's hard to say how it would eventually go. Thanks, how you doing? How's it going? Because I fear that, and the only person who can answer this is you, and you don't have to like talk about this, but I fear that would very quick, well, it could eventually build up resentment, because the horn is there, the frustration is there, and it's different. Like, people are like, oh, we'll just have a wank. No, it's different. There is something between people when they share those moments, especially with somebody that you love, that is a unique level of intimacy. And I talk about this all the time because one of my love languages is very physical. I like, my primary love language is physical. You know? So when I am with somebody that I genuinely am in love with, I think about fucking them all the time. So all that goes on in my brain, I'm just like, yes, I want to, because I want that closeness with them. I want to feel that closeness, that intimacy, that point where our fucking souls combined. And that isn't saying that every one night stand is a point where your fucking souls combine. No, there's a massive difference between sex and making love. But that's a whole fucking thing, you know? Disability is certainly part of it, but it's more relevant to the fact that he would be homeless if we divorced. It would be a deal breaker for him. He's not a romantic. And you love him, yeah. That which is a massively important bit. How's it going, another Greek? Hello, you beautiful bean. Welcome on in. That is okay. I'm gonna. This is my opinion, not my advice. Okay. My opinion is, as somebody who also is very physical with their love language, I personally would not be able to be with somebody who is asexual. I've got lots and lots of asexual friends. I love them very, very dearly, but I couldn't be romantically involved with somebody who is asexual because of that physical love language. I couldn't do it. The fact that this has manifested itself, specifically the sex repulsion, because I know that there's some asexuals out there that have sex with their partner because they love their partner so much that they will have sex with them in order to please their partner. It doesn't do anything for them, but they like that they're pleasing their partner, you know? That isn't saying they're coerced into it. I'm saying that when you love somebody to a certain point, sometimes you're like, do you know what? I will go through this, even though it does nothing for me. I will go through this with you because I know that it brings you such happiness. You know? If they are a sex repulsed partner, sex repulsed asexual, I'm genuinely surprised that you had sex before. To my knowledge, to my experience, sexual repulsion is quite visceral. It's quite like they do not like it in any way, shape, or form. The fact that you didn't really find out about it for a while is surprising to me. It's surprising to me. It's called probably comfort. That makes me feel uncomfortable. Not that you've done anything wrong, just... Oh, compulsory hetero? Oh, I misread that. Excuse me. As in, they feel like they should have sex with you because they're heterosexual, and therefore they do. That makes me feel uncomfortable. No one should ever feel like they should do something like that. And it's even worse if you get in a relationship like that and that isn't clear and on the table. Is your sex drive struggling more with the fact that you want to have sex with that specific person, or just that you have the urges? That's a good question. That's a good question. If you knew he was likely asexual before the marriage and didn't say anything, then he sounds like a prick. As a man, you have sex, according to society. That's really fucked up, but I understand it. I understand where you're coming in. Like the societal pressure of you are a man, you want to have sex. Yeah. But at the same time, like, forgetting the history of it, at the same time, this person had no real interest in sex. You're not endorsing, oh, no, I didn't think you were. Didn't think you were. I know you're just explaining as I'm probing and chatter probing as well. That means that you both entered marriage. Okay. Remind me, because I've forgotten. Did you know they were sexual repulsed asexual before or after you got married? No one should feel obligated. Completely agree, but I understand why some people do. I completely and utterly agree with you. But I also understand why some people feel like they should have sex with you. It's like, I feel like I should because I'm the man and men are always meant to have sex and I'm meant to want sex all the time, even though I don't want sex. Like, I'm doing it out of obligation. I love you. Don't get me like the love is still there, absolutely, but just the no interest in sex. How's it going, Give 'em Nell? How you doing? Iridium, barely know him, oh my lordy. You would love the thrift store around here. You would cover every surface of your home in mirrors. You could have left over for a rowdy night. I already have fucking plenty of mirrors, to be fair. To be fair. Reminds me of the soft and hard limits. Things I will do, don't care for them. And things that I won't do are all regardless. Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of things that I have done because because it made my partner happy. At the time, you know. Things I didn't fucking care about. It's more like he had no language for asexuality. Okay, yeah. But has anything been discussed on the possibility of disability shaming impacting views on sex? Not yet. Not yet, Sway. But I will say that I already did ask specifically as to whether the asexuality came after their disability, but from what has been said, they've had previous girlfriends prior to their disability, and it has always ended up in a lack of sex. Like the sexuality has manifested itself later in the relationship when they felt comfortable enough, presumably felt comfortable enough not to keep pretending that they were a sexual man, you know. Godstable, how you doing? Welcome on in. How you doing? How's it going? Good day, good day. Pleasantly surprised to you on Twitch. I've been doing this for a very long time, you beautiful individual. I've been doing this, fucking hell, 7 years. Nearly 8 years now. 8 years in September? Societal pressure, you are man, you want sex. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely his experience and his growth to admit that, I'd say, but it may not be the end of the story at this stage. Definitely a difficult storm, but storms pass. I don't know. 6 years after. Okay, so you got married after a year together, if I'm getting this correct, and please correct me if I'm wrong. You got together. You were together for a year before you get married. You had sex during that year. Then 6 years after you got married, like 6 years after, you did not want sex immediately after he collapsed at work, obviously, yeah. Then stretched on for a year, and then 2. Then he didn't want to talk about it. And he has POTS, POTS. And I think that changed from I do not like this, but I will do it, to this is painful and I will hurt. Okay. Because there is definitely a link between and this isn't for everybody, and again, this is not shaming the disability community by any stretch of the imagination. This is talking about potentials within the situation that we're exploring today. There is certain occasions and certain people who become disabled and then immediately feel unattractive because of the way that society treats disability. Society treats disability and disabled people like they are lesser than, like they're not sexual beings, etc., etc. As a result of that, people who become disabled through an accident, through an illness, etc., can sometimes feel like they are not worthy of sex, like they are no longer attractive, like you are no longer, they no longer appeal to, or they don't feel sexual in and of themselves because of their disability, etc. The shame that is related to disability that has come on set, exactly, and the association of how they perceive themselves, how they have changed from where they were, the negative effects of self-perception, etc. But you're saying that that isn't the case. There's also the asexual spectrum of those who are interested in when the relationship is new, not necessarily suggesting that this is the case here. Interesting. I have not met anybody who have fallen into that part of the spectrum, Kitty Dagger, but absolutely, if they exist, I'm not denying it, for sure. Some people who just get bored with the typical sex of the same person. That's an odd one. I've not come across that one before. Generally speaking, people who get bored tend to be well into non-monogamous or polyamorous dynamics because of the variety that can ensue them. Came into a marriage under false pretenses that he was a sexual person. Yes, but from what I understand, Duchess Demona, he also believed that he was a sexual person because he had no understanding of what asexuality was. All good, just recuperating from a hardcore gig and taking it easy. Yeah, the digital platform algos doing their job right for once. I'm glad to hear it. I hope the gig went well as well. Really hope the gig went well. It's both, I feel, a sort of strong longing for my husband and then a touch hungry in general in a way that cuddling doesn't quite touch. Yeah. Plus the fact that it can be energy intensive and you're experiencing chronic fatigue. Absolutely. Oh, 110%. 110%. I was specifically trying to highlight the association between a mental state around disability and association with sex, but all of the usual things that come with disability, specific disabilities, etc., like you say, energy intensive, chronic fatigue, any pain that's associated with it. There's a lot of things that could be associated there as well. POTS is a positional cardiac disorder that makes your heart rate drop. You can faint from your heart rate drop. Yes, yeah, I'm familiar with thingies, but thank you very much for clarifying for everybody else. And for me, in case you didn't know I didn't have that. Do you know what I mean? No worries, Tiny Dinky. You take it easy, beautiful bean. I don't know if I find that sex gets better the longer I've been in a relationship, as long as you're both attentive. Agreed. But so the situation we're talking about, other Greek, because I think you came in just after we'd discussed it, was a person who is married, a member of the community here, who is married to somebody who is sex repulsed asexual. Do you know what? I'm gonna change that with your permission, Qualia. I would say sex averse. Sex averse asexual. If they were sex repulsed, then they would never have had sex with you in the first place. I think that there is a very difficult conversation that will come up. Never mind mental health issues like depression. Exactly. The difficult conversation that is going to come up is the fact that, as you say, you've come to an impasse. You are an individual who needs sex in their life. You need the intimacy of it. You need the rush of it. And there is nothing wrong with needing that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with needing that by any stretch of the imagination. And they are unable to provide that need for you. That isn't to say that you don't love them. That isn't to say that you don't want to support them, you don't want to be there for them, etc. But you have a need, and that need is not being fulfilled. And cannot be fulfilled, from what you've said, by your partner. I don't know what the you talked about therapy and couples therapy earlier. I don't know what was discussed in the couple therapy dynamics. I don't know what was discussed in the individual therapy that your partner went through. There is absolutely no shame in them being a sex-averse, asexual person, but you both came into this relationship with the understanding that sex was a part of it. And now it is not a part of it. Whether that be through the fact that you had no knowledge of it, or the fact that your partner felt that they should and that they would keep doing that, and now they can't because of pain, etc. I cannot. My opinion is, I don't like to tell people what they should or should not do, because I feel that puts a lot of pressure on other people to be like, oh, well, Val said I should do this, and I'm not that kind of person. I think it will be very difficult for you to maintain this relationship because of your need not being fulfilled. And I think that at some stage, as you say, you've hit an impasse. At some stage, something needs to give. That you need to meet somewhere in the middle. Now, whether that is that you are allowed to have physical relationships with other people, but you're not allowed to get emotionally attached to them or what have you, that's one thing. Whether it's the other end of the spectrum, which is that you will not get with, that you need to break up and find a way to make sure that he has a home and that he has some kind of income and stuff, and that you can still be friends and you still do bits and pieces, but you can't, like, you can still be really close, intimate friends, but you need that sexual fulfillment. There's a lot of possibilities here, but I am struggling to see how the status quo as it is now will continue, purely because of the fact that I fully understand that base desire to need sexual fulfillment. And I understand the stress, the frustration, the unexpected anger, the desperation, the loneliness that comes with all of it. Because I've definitely been in relationships in the past where I supported my partner absolutely fully, but they were going through a very stressful period where all of the pressure, because of their life and the stresses in their life, was on their sexual break. And they could not get in the mood. They wanted to, because they wanted to share those moments with me, but they could not get in the mood. Their mind was always out of it. And so we went through a very, very long period of time where sex was not on the cards. And I understand all of the issues that come with that. Let me read what people have put. It's worse when stood up versus sat down, laying down. If he wants, he'd find a way to work it for you both. Yes. I think this is where the asexuality comes into it, Druidess and Midian, is if he was a person with POTS who wanted to have sex, you would find a way. Disabled people have sex all the fucking time. They have a variety of different conditions that require a variety of different adaptations, but that doesn't stop them from having sex. They want to have sex, Or if they want to have sex, should I say. Evidently, this person doesn't. Now, I don't know whether that's an asexuality phase that's been induced because of the disability and the way that they perceive themselves. Because the way that we perceive ourselves has a massive influence on our sexual drives. Not sure. The only person that can answer that is him, really. But if you are anything like me, Qualia, in regards to the sexual desire that you feel, I struggle to see how this relationship will continue in the way it is. I mean, I know that you love them very, very dearly. Okay. Fucking hell, I'm really going into the real creative brain right here, Qualia. Are you and your partner particularly cuddly? Are you like are you very cuddly and cozy and what have you? I'm stretching my imagination here, but I'm trying to find ways that a compromise can be met. Biggest thing I want to say, regardless of the sex topic, being in a relationship with someone who is dependent on you, especially due to medical reasons, can lead you into some toxic thinking and feeling that you are locked into things without a choice because you can't abandon them or something like that. Just know there are other solutions, and you need to look after yourself just as much as you are feeling responsible for them. 100%. Disabled people die all the time. He did not get disabled. He will not because of our system. He will not. Oh, Qualia, I fully understand that disabled people do indeed die all the time. Absolutely. So do non-disabled people. And I fully understand that if you live in a country where the medical system does not support disabled people properly, absolutely. However, what Plur Ninja is saying is not wrong. If you are the primary carer of somebody, you feel responsible for their full well-being. And there are a lot of people who will put the needs of everybody else before themselves. I'm not saying that's the situation with you, Qualia. The only person that can answer that is you. I am saying that if you find that you and your partner need to break up because of the needs of each of you as individuals, there will be ways for you to do that. I don't know how. I don't know the situation. I don't know what's going on. There may be other scenarios that will be able to support you. The only people that can really answer that is you. You know what I mean? But I will say that if you or anybody else in a relationship stays together because of responsibility and obligation, you will have a fucking miserable relationship. You will have an absolute fucking miserable relationship. I think it's important to examine the why he doesn't want to have sex with you to have sex with other people. Maybe he still conflates sexual intimacy with romantic interest, less desire for him as a partner. There's the idea of scarcity within a relationship that has been implemented via colonialist standards. The idea that you need to own your partner like a scarce resource, but fulfilling relationships doesn't require that scarcity. Yes. There is a good book called, do I have it down here? I do not have it down here. Called Is it just called that? The Ethical Slut. Ethical Slut by Janet W. Hardy and Dossie Easton. I haven't fully read it yet. But that is a good book in regards to talking about ethical non-monogamy. Worth a read, if nothing else. At the same time, you shouldn't give up your life just to save his. Yes, but I also understand the obligation of responsibility there, you know? I appreciate your insight, and yes, the loneliness sort of colors things, makes it a bit odd socially. Everyone be close to me right now. Yeah. I do not envy your position at all. You guys had discussed opening the relationship to better fit your needs. If he's sexually averse and you're not, it seems like the reasonable compromise. It does. I think the conversation has been brought up, but as I discussed with Becca Beckery in the podcast episode around asexuality, there's an awful lot of asexuals out there that don't want to open up the relationship. They do not have it's like a sort of dynamic of like jealousy and monogamy and bits and pieces. And I'm not saying any of these things are bad. I'm saying that they want to be monogamous with somebody. They want to have that one person to themselves entirely in the same way that other monogamous couples do. It's just that that's the bit that they can't do. You know, they sexually adverse, sexually repulsed, etc. They can't do that bit, which is why a lot of asexual people get with other asexual people. You know? I would like to be, but he wants separate beds, different chairs. We are going to get a bigger place with a couch. Okay. How am I going to phrase this? Has he always been like this, or has his behavior changed? Very carefully. Yeah, very carefully. Depends on the boundary of the relationship. If that's an option for you, yeah. Big same. There have been most miserable experiences. Yeah. Unfortunately, as a hypersexual individual, I know I can't be in a relationship with an asexual person. I'm the same. For someone in intimacy lacking relationship but who is demisexual with heavy ace tendencies, I get it and relate so much, but there's a point where you have to give somewhere and be respectful of your partner's needs on top of that. I've been questioning my own monogamy the past few months. It has been a conversation that needs everyone to be willing to and open to change. I agree with Rocket, maybe is needed to examine his why and go on from there. Yeah. And this is what I'm trying to work out at the moment, as it were. Makes me feel like I'm back in 2010 having to text in abbreviations. Anywho, yeah. Difficult when sex is suddenly off the cards. I've been struggling a bit with that lately. My partner was ill for a while and then had something happen. It all just meant that intimacy wasn't on her mind. After a few months, it also felt like, started to feel like rejection. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Wasn't having my emotional and sexual needs met. Not her fault at all, but it's very difficult to navigate. I completely agree. And a lot of that, the reason why I was asking before about whether Qualia's partner is a cuddler is because trying to think of ways around certain circumstances. Like I was like, could your partner, in my mind, I was like, could your partner like hold you and cuddle you and keep you close while you got yourself off? Hold you intimately so you can have that moment of closeness with them while you achieved orgasm. But if they're pushing for like separate beds and stuff, is that really a relationship anymore? I mean, don't get me wrong. I know many people that have got separate beds and separate dynamics and what have you, but it looks like, from an outside perspective, like all of the physical intimacy is being pushed set further and further and further apart. Sorry, sounds a lot like severe and undertreated depression. I'm not a doctor, I'm just depressed. Potentially. I feel like there is an undercurrent of something else going on there for sure. And again, I am not trained psychologically. I am not trained medically. And if this has been aggravated by the discovery of said disability, that would certainly escalate some of the more non-sexual symptoms potentially, you know what I mean? Love people pretty easily and hard. I would get crushes for sure, though weirdly my friendships are sort of romantic, and that does not bother him.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you very much for the follow, you beautiful being. Welcome on in. Yeah, I'm not gonna read that out. Appreciate the witness. Never talked about this outside of therapy, which is entirely fair. I'm glad that you felt comfortable enough in this environment to talk about it yourself. You know, it's quite an intimate conversation for sure. You know, I think it was this way always, but we have always been poor and lived in studios. I do think that he might use his computer chair as an excuse. I could just be speculating. Maybe. Does he want a relationship at all? Even when I'm not well enough to consider sex. I want to hug and even. I mean, this is the thing, that there are still people that are touch averse, you know? But they still want that closeness with somebody. The more that I am hearing Qualia, the more incompatibilities that I am seeing. And that's heartbreaking. But I'm seeing more and more incompatibilities. And I don't... The only way that I see this working is if it isn't asexuality, and that it is the asexuality is a symptom of the way they perceive themselves because of their disability, the way that they have started to feel because of other like the way I describe things is similar to Dr. Emily Nagoski. A sex drive is not like a one thing. You have like a sex accelerator pedal and a sexual brake. Now, if you're sexual, if you are a person like myself, for example, I am very much on the sexual accelerator. Brum, 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 brum. Let's fucking go. I'm going through a particularly stressful time, or I've had some emotional turmoil that I wasn't expecting. My fucking foot goes on the brake. And it doesn't matter how much I am accelerating, I'm not going anywhere because my foot is on the brake. And that tends to be the way it works. It's like you can get things that will turn you on and turn you on and turn you on, and you will get things in your life like stress, like health, like medication, like a variety, so many different things that will just push on that brake and keep it down, you know? The question is, and this is the bit that I can't answer, and I'm not sure anybody here can answer. The question is your partner asexual and therefore doesn't have either a sexual brake or a sexual accelerator? They just don't have that. Or has life events been pushing so fucking hard on that sexual brake that your partner can't even remember the fact that they have a sexual accelerator? None of us are going to be able to answer that. The only person who is going to be able to answer that is your partner, potentially through more therapy, potentially through more conversations with you, more couples therapy. two books that I would strongly recommend you read. First and foremost, Come As You Are by Emily Nagoski. Emily Nagoski. I'll show you a picture of it so you know which book you're looking for. I would just throw an Amazon link in there, but you all live all over the world, so I don't want to... Oh, they've changed the cover for it. That's fine. Open image in new tab. This isn't just for you, Qualia. This is for fucking everybody. I think this book is absolutely fucking fantastic if you have any interest in sex. This book here, Come As You Are by Dr. Emily Nagoski, is a phenomenal, absolutely fucking phenomenal book in regards to talking about sex, talking about the psychology of sex, and the difference between like the sexual accelerator and the sexual brake, etc. Very, 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 very good book. Strongly recommend. If you get to a point where you and your partner are prepared to try out opening up the relationship so that you are able to get your sexual needs somewhere else, The Ethical Slut. Let me pull up that as well. Ethical. Sure. That'll give me that picture, which is the one I'm after. This one. The Ethical Slut, which is all about polyamory, ethical non-monogamy, etc. etc. Right. Where was I? It was the way it always was. Yeah. My husband and I have been together 17 years. And during that time, due to his medication, we have had very long periods where he was unable to have sex. That did not, however, stop him from being intimate with you. Yes. There are many workarounds if you're willing to find them. The thing is that both partners have to want intimacy. That is very, very key. Major Jiggle. Very, very key indeed. Your partner needs to want the intimacy with you, not just want you to stop being intimate with other people. There's a massive difference there, you know? He wants to be a monogamous, sex-averse relationship, but doesn't want to be romantic either. Having asexual friends who are at least romantic in their relationship. Sounds like he's putting no effort into that connection. It's certainly beginning to sound that way. And remember, we're getting one side of the tale here as Qualia is seeing it, you know, and that isn't saying that you're wrong, Qualia. I'm saying that there are always, in dynamics like this, there are always two sides to every story, and the truth is somewhere in the middle, just because of the way that we as human beings perceive that. Lay down the line, after even more heartache and misery, it'll be separate living accommodations. This totally sounds like he's going for a very slow breakup while keeping control over you, your bodies, and your needs. Either way, the situation is toxic. You cannot carry on like this, and it's going to put your mental, physical health into a downward spiral. I think that is a very extreme view of it, but not one that's out of the realm of possibility. Semi off topic, putting that out there because I know the topic can be rough on the brain. A lot of people struggle with, if your partner isn't sexually attracted to you, there is nothing wrong with you. The human body is weird, and there could be random weird hormones that could mess up those feelings. Yes. That is another topic of conversation for another time, Eris. And I'm happy to have that conversation, just not now, you know. The only time I've known couples who have regular separate sleeping arrangements is where one or both of them snore, use sleeping machines, aids, steel blankets, etc. Not always, just fairly often. Oh, no. I know loads of situations where people have, like, where couples have different sleeping arrangements. Different work patterns, as you say, sleeping aids, one of them snores. There is a million reasons why people could have separate sleeping arrangements. In fact, I know one couple who specifically have separate sleeping arrangements so that when they do feel in the mood, they make it a big passionate affair, because it means that they also get to sleep with each other and they also get to sleep next to each other and wake up next to each other, and it becomes like it's that whole, because they forcibly make it a scarcity, they appreciate it all the more. Not my cup of tea personally, but that's what works for them, you know. Got any tips for fixing my sex life, Valen? It's an awful joke, no need to respond. Probably, but it would depend on what the situation is, or the Greek. One thing at a time, though, yeah? Quality needs to go back and reread their comments here. The answers may just be in clear sight and just from rereading them. I think it's probably worth rereading some of the comments, for sure. Like, you've laid a lot bare here, Quali, and I thank you for it. I genuinely do. Thank you very much for trusting me and this community with this very personal situation. Oh, of course, other Greek. No, I remember. I remember, friend. You have definitely laid bare a lot of your personal views on the matter, Qualia. You know, one concept I've heard more about recently is the idea that we often place certain requirements on the romantic relationship, where some things were better seeking it with others, but communication and understanding everywhere. Yeah, absolutely. Requiring things of a relationship that aren't fair of either partner isn't a happy place. Agreed. And I genuinely think that the situation is quite unfair on you, Qualia. I think I'll be honest about it. I think the situation is unfair. I think that there is a lot of responsibility on your shoulders, not entirely from your partner, certainly not purposefully from your partner. But if you are the main earner, you are also their carer. You are also the roof over their head. You are also expected to deal with the fact that they don't want to have sex with you. Like, there's a lot of responsibility that is being forced on your shoulders. Not necessarily directly from your partner, but certainly as a result of the relationship that you are currently in. If that makes sense. And that's a hard fucking pill to swallow. But I think that there is an awful lot that is being expected of you. Some of which will be because you've put it on your own shoulders. Some of which will be because it has been forced upon your shoulders. And none of it's fair. I mean, there's a certain degree of life isn't fair, but there are certainly things that could be worked out here, but it doesn't sound like, from what I've read, it doesn't sound like your partner is opening to finding any kind of mitigation, any kind of negotiation, which is really fucking shit. Can only speak for myself. Yeah. But while I like hugs, I only hug people that are close to me, hence why I haven't hugged in 12 to 15 years, but I don't need them, I just remember them. Yeah, that's fair. I try my best. Shout out to all the housekeeping staff in the world. They deal with way too much. Understanding the choice and why, and navigating that. Yeah. Because I will pay you money if the click is an affiliate. There is an affiliate link. I've got an affiliate link, but I don't know whether it works with other countries. That's the thing. Come as you are. Get link. Copy link. I don't know whether, I think this is a UK one. Either way, that Amazon link will take you to Come As You Are, and that gives you, that isn't my affiliate link, so I'll get a little bit of a kickback from that. Ethical slut. Get link. Copy. Paste. And that second link is to the Ethical Slut. If it works, it works. I very much appreciate you asking for my affiliate links to try and send money my way. If it doesn't work, don't worry about it. It's still a worthwhile purchase. It's still a worthwhile purchase, you know? No worries, Dr. Desdemona. Have a wonderful, wonderful time at Pole. In other news, I just reinstalled Bioshock Remastered and absolutely forgot how much this game scares the bejesus out. I fucking love Bioshock. Bioshock was great. Absolutely fucking great. Just putting it out there in case it's on someone's mind. That's fair. I know far too many couples that refuse to sleep in separate beds, but then suffer insomnia due to their partner snoring or something like that. Yeah, for sure. Really gotta put a lid on the coping mechanisms of making terrible jokes at terrible times. The timing, I think, was probably off on that one, Other Greek, but you cope however you cope, friend. You cope however you cope. I'm not going to judge you for coping for the I've read what the situation you are in. You cope however you cope. I'm not going to judge you for it. I'm not going to judge you for it. All right. Only NA and recently well off, and yeah, the responsibility is heavy. Okay, this isn't something you have to answer, Qualia, but it is something that I think you should think about. Relationships, all relationships, whether it be intimate relationships, romantic relationships, parent-child relationships, sibling relationships, business relationships, friendship relationships, every single relationship that exists in this entire world of ours is all about the give and the take. You give a little, you get a little. You give some, you get some. You bring certain things to the table and you work from there. Something that I think you should think about is, what is your partner bringing to the table? Take away the guilt, take away the responsibility, take away the obligation, take away all of the things that, all the responsibility for that, and just ask the question, what is your partner bringing to the table versus what are you bringing to the table? And do you feel that that is an equal dynamic? We have a wonderful, wonderful community, and we have got many people in this community who have disabilities. Many people in this community who have disabilities. There are certain things that they will not be able to bring to the table because of their disabilities. However, they absolutely bring what they can to the table. They do everything they possibly can to bring other things to the table, you know? Like, yeah, I won't be able to do these things because of my disability, but here are all the other things that I will do because I want to be here with you. I want to be close to you. I want to be part of this relationship with you. I want you to feel good about yourself and about you being with me as a person. You know? But the key thing that I think you should take away from this entire conversation is that question of whether it is asexuality and they have no pedals, no sexual pedals at all, or whether life the horrible shit that is going on in life is just pressing so firmly on that sexual brake that that they don't know how to press on their sexual accelerator anymore. If it's the former, if it is sexual averse asexuality that is of this extremity, I struggle to see how the relationship will work. If it is the latter, and it is actually the symptoms, or I say the symptoms, that's the characteristics of asexuality, because of so many other stresses and depression and so many other things going on in their life that they have forgotten that they were ever a sexual person ever. There is a possibility through therapy and that kind of thing that they will be able to re-find their sexuality again. My partner was there when I was sick, when my mom died, runs interference on certain people, makes me laugh. We have definitely focused on only the physical side, like it's not an equal partnership. But I am not quite a martyr. Oh, I didn't think you were. I didn't think you were. I have absolutely no doubt that your partner brings a hell of a lot to the table. That's the reason why I said, what do they bring to the table? There wasn't judgment in that. They were talking about the physical side, but the physical side is really important to you from what I've heard. When it comes to the other sides of things, like, what is the difference between them being a partner and being like your most ultimate best friend? Again, not things you need to answer right now, just things you should think about. There's an awful lot of responsibility on your shoulder, and yeah, they might have been there when you were sick, and yeah, they were there when your mom died, and yeah, they do, like, there's a lot of things that they do, absolutely, 110%, but don't feel guilty about those things. I cut ties with a friend of mine a few years ago because he was a toxic piece of shit. But that friend of mine introduced me to Twitch. He got me set up. He got me all set up. He taught me how it worked. He introduced me to Twitch. He literally started everything that I have here was started because of that guy. And I spent years tolerating his shit because of how thankful I was that he set me up like this, and how guilty I would feel because of the fact that he started me off on this journey. He was a bully. And he did not know when to draw the line. And it literally came down to a point where I laid down the line. I said, we were talking about an event that I was doing, and I was like, guys, all I was looking for was a little bit of support. If you're not interested in the event, then don't come. There's no need to be a fucking cunt about it. There's no need to jump down my fucking throat about it. And one of my friends went, do you know what, Val? My bad. Genuinely. You're right. You didn't ask this. We took it too far. I hope it goes really, really well. It's not my cup of tea, but I hope it goes really, really well. And the other guy, the guy that started all of this, went, fuck you. And just would not let it go. And I went, cool. And I haven't spoken to him since. I felt a lot of guilt for that. Because he started all of this. If it wasn't for him, none of this shit would exist. But there has to be a limit. There has to be a point where you turn around and go, yeah, you were there for me. You did help me on these things, just as I have helped you anytime that I want. You know, just because somebody has done something nice for you doesn't mean that they get a free pass to hurt you in other ways, you know. And I'm not saying that your partner is doing, I'm saying just generally that was more of a reflection on my situation, you know. Something snoring negative health effects is on themselves to find that out. Yeah. Communication is a key thing in all relationships, for sure. Absolutely avoiding packing over things right now. I appreciate a lot. Oh, the Greek. That's fine. You take your time. You process however you need to process, friend. Zara, hello, you beautiful individual. How you doing, you cheeky devil? You know, specifically your partner isn't comfortable with opening up your marriage. I can imagine being disabled and dependent on you must be also feel vulnerable, but a solid point. A solid point. Even when the point is for you to just get sexual relief, there can always be a worry that you might turn into something more, result in you leaving. That might not be something you would ever do, but something they possibly fear nonetheless. And if that's the case, that's something that you can work on together to feel safe. Agreed. Completely agreed. The Zara fucking smashing it out of the park there. 100% agreed. Because there probably is, yeah, if your partner relies on you for a lot, the fear of you running away might be an element of that. Might well be an element of that, for sure. For sure. Lenny also says hi. They're showing off the stickers they got from you and your DMs of voice chat. Oh, bless. Play MMOs or the games that require immense amount of time. That's because sometimes after an injury or disability, people can fall heavily into gaming addiction, avoid physical contact due to heavy dissociation personal experience. From what I understand, they've had this disability, or the disability has manifested itself for quite a while. Also, hi, been lurking. I appreciate you lurking, Zara. I appreciate you lurking, you cheeky little devil. Before I go, it's not just disabilities I have to consider. Other Greek, you beautiful bean.
It's inspiring to see how much you care about your community.
Thank you. That's really kind of you to say. I try my best to be a decent human being. I just try my best to be a decent human being, you know? That might seem like a lot to many people, but I don't know how else to be, you know? Thank you very much for coming in for the 7 months, the other Greek. I appreciate you so very much, you beautiful being. The other Greek. By having your name upon the mirror of Veiny means you get access to my personal Snapchat, not a bum Snapchat. You thirsty individual. And of course, you get access to all those sexy little emotes, but the most important thing is you gotta roll over every morning, look in the mirror, and go, God, do I look rough? But god damn, do I make rough look good? Oh my god, there's a moth that just flew directly at the camera then. But god damn, do I make rough look good? Ooh, harra, sexy, ooh, yes, meow, you know? I also want to take a moment, friends, before I keep reading. I understand that, and this isn't directed at anyone in particular. This isn't directed at anyone in particular. This is a general statement that I want to throw out there, okay? I understand that deep conversations like this can be quite awkward for some people. Awkward for some people to listen to. Awkward for some people to... you know what? I'll wait for 4 seconds because the adverts are on, and I don't want to. I'd rather do a public service announcement to everybody. Do you know what I mean? Hi, oh my god, love that. Please say hi back. Oh, bless. Okay, now the adverts are fully over, and you all should be back with us. I want a little PSA, and as I just mentioned, this isn't directed at anyone in particular. This is an overall statement. An overall statement to everybody, to absolutely everybody. I understand that deep conversations like this can be, deep and intimate conversations like this can be quite awkward for some people. can be hard to hear, hard to listen to, and the more awkward they feel, the more they want to lighten the mood. And therefore they will like make little jokes, make little jests, etc. I know the other Greek, I know that you did one, but I wasn't actually thinking of you in that moment. You're all good. I understand that can be your way of dealing with the awkwardness and dealing with the fact that you feel a little out of place. So you say something a bit jovial, or you think that things are getting a bit intense, so you feel a little bit jovial. When we're talking about serious subjects and especially intimate subjects, I would really appreciate it if everybody didn't do that. Because as much as I try and be as understanding as humanly possible when it comes to these subjects, I also think it's quite disrespectful. I know that it's not intended that way. I know that isn't what people intend to do by any stretch of the imagination. But when somebody's like laying out their situation, they're trusting us with that. I like to give them their due respect. You know, if it becomes too awkward for you, or you like are feeling like you're just a little itchy feet or what have you want to do stuff, then I'd strongly recommend just find somebody else to watch for a while, or go up and make yourself a cup of tea for a bit, or what have you. Just change the dynamic. And again, I'm not having a go. We do have a Discord venting area. Absolutely. Absolutely. We have got areas for people to get stuff off their chest and stuff like that. But I understand it's a defense mechanism, because people struggle with serious topics. People struggle with what they perceive to be confrontation and stuff like that. And there's been no point in this conversation that has been confrontational. It's always been very open, very honest. We've been quizzical and intrigued and stuff. And some people find that difficult. And there's nothing wrong with finding that difficult. You know, life is hard enough as it is without things. But I just ask that if you are struggling with the conversation, don't make a quip, don't make a joke, because it's not going to land well with me for certain. It's not going to land well with me for certain. It will. I'll just, if I read it out, then I will quickly move on, because I don't want to undermine the trust that people are putting in me by saying a joke in the middle of a topic like this. Does that make sense? I'm trying to cheer up the conversation. Isn't an excuse to be jokey? Yeah, absolutely not. You. But if anyone ever says that, Jam, please let me deal with it, because I fucking will. Right, where was I? And Greek, I wasn't thinking about you, genuinely. I appreciate your acceptance of it. It's like, if you are thinking of me, that's cool. I can give it a shot. No, I get it. Absolutely, buddy. I understand the dynamic. But I genuinely wasn't thinking about you in that scenario. There've been a couple of comments that I have either just not read out or very quickly brushed by, of people, and I get it. People are trying to make light of the situation because they're like, this is really, really serious, and I don't know how to deal with this. So I'm just going to make light of it. And it's like, cool, I understand that. That's great. But let's be careful about that, because it can very quickly come across as disrespectful, you know? Hit Machine, how you doing? Welcome on in. Lurk away, you lurky beautiful being. I appreciate you. Important, yes, I think the breaking point is more realizing how it affects how I come across and how I relate to people. I am hungry at times and it's not fair, and I end up needing grace in ways that I haven't gotten, but I'm meant I need new friends to understand a lot. Absolutely. And I think a lot of people, certainly in this community, certainly will after this conversation for sure, Qualia. But that doesn't, you are intense, potentially, but that doesn't, like, none of that changes the fact that you have needs that are not being fulfilled. None of that changes that. But I am intense, and it's like, yeah, fair enough. Okay. There's a lot of people in this community that are fucking intense. That doesn't change the fact that they're all good people. They're all understanding, they're all respectful, they're all supportive. You know? Jason Hormones says, consider change hormones, making it so 100% of the hormone testing. Hormone testing is not a bad idea. Low testosterone is a massive thing for cisgender men that will affect sex drive and stuff like that. I so much love how you navigate these conversations. Thank you very much, Ninja. I try my best. Try my best. I'm not going to get it right every time, but I do my absolute best too, you know. Moth do I make rough look good? You know it. Absolutely. My moth now, his name is Jim. I will remember that. I may kill Jim later because he will annoy me by flying in my face. Other Greek, but still. This reminds me of the old sci-fi life, the Kobayashi Maru test. It's a fictional scenario in the Star Trek universe that tests the moral and strategic judgment of Starfleet officers in a no-win situation. Sometimes just a test of character.
Little stalker.
And there's no black and white solution, but it's how you navigate the situation. Absolutely, Pandajin, for sure. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. You did go into lurk earlier, so I won't call you out, but I appreciate your follow. Thank you. What a shame for me. I was New Wave Girl, how you doing? When I met someone not looking at anything after I lost them in 2023. Grief brings people together. We got to hang out and got close relatively fast. When I told him how I felt, I really cared about him. He said that he wasn't looking for anything. Fast forward 3 months later, he tells me that he's seeing somebody. I'm 57, so is he. He's in her 30s, made me feel like crap. Not only for that, but because he lied to me. Yeah. I can understand why you feel like shit. And I can understand why you may even feel used by that. But that person doesn't deserve your attention. You gave them already too much of your attention, New Wave Girl. You already gave them too much of your attention. Put them behind you and move forward to the joys and wonders of life. You know? Alexandra Griffin, how you doing? Can I get a shout out for hey Alexandra Griffin, please? I'd appreciate that. It's a tricky situation. Very medical and financial situations. We had dark spots. It's only recently come back out of it. People go check out my dear friend Alexandra Griffin. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful human being. Appreciate them very, very much. Play lots of games that make them cry. All the supportive spoons. All the supportive spoons. One of my close friends is in a very similar situation to yourself. There's times where she nearly lost the plot because of the situation. You're certainly not alone in this, offering gentle hugs. And hope you find a solution that works for you soon. I also agree. Auntie Kim, hello, you beautiful bean. People who cross your boundaries and bully you, knowing full well what they are doing, they're not your friends. If it helps you in the past, you are right not to go non-contact. It wasn't worth the hurt or the verbal abuse. Yeah. Well, the way it works, Auntie Kim, is if I ever see him, I'm just like, all right, I'll be civil, but I have got no interest in reconnecting at all. I laid down a boundary, they shut on the boundary. That was the end of it. Done. You know? For sure. Iloana, Frost told me that when someone says they are trying to be good and a decent person, you can say with a high degree of probability that they actually are one. That's very nice of us to say. I do my best. I don't always succeed, but I do my best. I'm intense or a lot. I was often told I was way too much, but you are not too much. You are not too intense at all. Makes sense. Do you feel more with your current situation though? Yeah. Making like things can be dismissive in nature We've all done it once in our lives. We can always do better. Duly noted. No, I appreciate that. I'm not saying that, like, I understand why people try and make light of things. The reason why I said it more as a public service announcement than anything else was more to let everybody know how I'm going to receive it. You know, I understand there will be other situations in your life where you're like, this is really fucking awkward, so let's make light of it because, you know, it's a bit fucking tense in here. If that's ever a situation around me, I will usually see that in a negative light. I'm like, this is really, really fucking tense, or this is really intimate, or this is really deep. Why are you trying to make light of it? You know? I commend you for educating people rather than chastising people off the cuff. Oh, no, I don't. I think that a lot of people don't realize a lot of things. I don't think they realize the way that they do things. It took me fucking forever to realize the reason why I do things. And there's still times where I'm like, something's not quite right, but I don't know why, you know? But instead of chastising, I don't think chastising people really helps, you know? Whereas if I just turn around and go, right, okay, this is the situation. This is how I'm going to receive it. This is the way that I perceive it when people do these things. You know, if they then go on to do the thing, then they can fuck themselves. You know, happened a little while ago where I very openly and clearly told everybody that I had enough. I was not in the right headspace for dad jokes. And somebody came into the chat and said hello. And I was like, hey, I know you're a person that really likes dad jokes. I'm giving you a heads up that I am not in the mood for dad jokes. I'm telling you right now that I am not in the fucking mood for dad jokes. I'm giving you that heads up right now so that you are warned, so that you don't do it and you don't break down that, like, you don't shit all over that boundary, because I am not in the place for it. They proceeded to do a dad joke using bits. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I have already told you. I have laid down the fucking boundary. And then they kicked off and fucked off. And it's like, okay. I'm not going to ban them because they genuinely are a decent person most of the time. I don't know whether they were having a bad day. I don't know whether they're being particularly fucking bratty, whatever the fucking scenario. But I made it really fucking clear. I said it openly to them. There was a pinned message at the top of the chat saying that Valen is not in the mood for dad jokes right at this moment in time. There is not much more I could have done in that scenario. You know? So I always try and give people warnings because I also understand that we have an extremely neurodiverse community and sometimes people are not the best at understanding social cues, and that's okay. That's all right. Try and give them that heads up. Give people the warnings, the foreknowledge that certain things are not appropriate without judgment and without expectation, you know, and just letting people know. If they then proceed to do that afterwards, then I'm like, cool, I laid down a boundary. You shout on that boundary. You can get the wrath of my existence. And the wrath is powerful. You know? Low energy today, no worries at all, Alexandra, you beautiful being. I appreciate you lurking. Another epiphany I had after doing self-improvement courses, I had to admit to yourself that something is really hard in life. Sometimes that acknowledgement can empower you to endure and choose to take on the adversity rather than feeling victimized by your own fate. Yeah. It's true. It's very, very true. For sure. They bounded over your boundary, the bounder. Exactly. Exactly that. Simon plays for everything, for sure. Sometimes I joke about things. Carrie Fisher once told her daughter's family history, and she laughed like a little baby doll. She said, I'm glad that you know this is funny, because if you did not, it would merely be sad, and that would be intolerable. It's so important to hold space. Absolutely. You all take time to pin that tail on the donkey with life. Exactly. So little you want to hold space and quite rare. I think the thing is, Qualia, especially on Twitch, as I have found, a lot of people use Twitch as an escape. Fully understandably. This is a way that they escape the world. They step out and they're just like, do you know what? I'm fucking done with existence right now. I'm going to go on Twitch and escape from life for a bit. And a lot of communities, a lot of places provide that space. And they're like, right, we're not going to talk about politics. We're not going to talk about religion. We're not going to talk about sad subjects. We're not going to talk about any of these things. We're just going to do positive stuff. And we're going to play positive games. And we're going to do positivity stuff. And if that works for them, fucking great. Genuinely fucking excellent. I am very glad that they have cultivated a corner of the internet for people to just escape to. Do you know what I mean? That just fucking disappear off and like, right, I'm gonna go here for a bit because I don't want to have to deal with all of the rest of the shit in my life. 100% fucking love that for them. This isn't one of those places. This is a place for people to explore what it is to be themselves. You know, when we're playing a game, maybe there's a bit of escape there for sure. When things are fucking chaotic as shit, absolutely. By all means, indulge in the chaos. But this is also a place where we explore the deeper topics, where we talk about the awkwardness, we talk about the shitty stuff, we talk about different dynamics of psychology and sociology and try and understand ourselves better so that we can move forward with better understanding of ourselves, better understanding of the people around us, and just end up being a little bit better as people. That's what I try and do anyway. You know? And sometimes that is just a case of talking out some stuff. Sometimes that's just a case of being like, oh, do you know what, actually? Like, there will be some people in the community today who realize that they may have done it now or some other time where they're like, oh, actually, I make light of situations all the time because they are awkward. And they'll be like, oh, well, I never really considered the fact that actually that could be a bad thing. Because everybody loves humor, right? Everyone loves jokes and humor and stuff. So they'd never even considered the concept that actually that could make things a lot worse, or could make things a lot more tense, or could make things, or could even come across as disrespectful. They'd never even considered that. You know? And that's no fault on them. It's just that they'd never considered it. Why would they? If it had never come up in their life, why would it? Do you know what I mean? So hopefully they will go forward with that on their mind, and they will move in ways that can make them feel better, and that they can be like, oh, actually, do you know what? This is the time that I'm going to stay quiet. You know? The wrath is powerful, agreed. Also a little bit naughty, yeah. I have been referred to recently as the nuclear warhead of my friendship group. Because as much as I will be as understanding as I possibly can be, I also am not afraid of fucking shit up. I'm like, what's that? We're going to burn all these bridges down? Cool. Let's burn all of them down. Not one, not two. All of them. They're all going on fire. We're going complete scorched earth right now. Fuck everyone and everything they stand for. Because, yeah, sometimes I don't care about hurting people's feelings, especially if they deserve it. Life's difficult at the moment. Life's very hard right now for a lot of people. But we're still here and we're pressing forward. Every little thing can be a small victory against your situation. Couldn't agree more. Even when you're plodding along, you're still stepping forward. Even when you stumble, you're still stepping forward. Life's difficult at the moment, and I'm about to go on holiday to France for the metal festival tomorrow. Mental health's been struggling. Having it as a thing to look forward to has been my escape from reality to charge my head. I love it. Can't wait to feel the weight of the world slightly lighter when I come home. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Great for this channel. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Barnacle, how are you doing? Sorry seems to be the hardest word throughout human history. Such a powerful reconciliation word and allowing people to recant as a gift with the world bent on shutting everything down. Yes. But you know how I perceive the word sorry. I think a lot of people use the word, especially in this day and age, a lot of people use the word as an excuse for things. And a way to put themselves down. Which is the reason why I very, very rarely accept the word sorry. Humor is quite the double-edged sword. Couldn't agree more. 99% of the time, it's great. 1%, it's exactly the wrong thing to do. That's because you're also this person that's perfectly willing to do the work to rebuild new ones. To a certain degree. There is a limit. There is absolutely a limit on how much work I am willing to do to rebuild certain bridges. Some bridges, I just set them on fire and watch them burn. Sometimes I cover them in petrol first. I'm learning new things here and also feeling comforted by your words. So thank you. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. It's a very calming channel. Oh, calming. That's a new one. I mean, I suppose the conversation was quite calm. It can get quite chaotic, Jilly Bean. So please don't feel like this is just how it always is. Sometimes it goes wild. In fact, next month I am going to have my birthday party, and that will be madness. Madness, because naturally we'll be doing a party again, and naturally we'll have dares again. Yeah, no. The old fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Exactly. How are you doing, Barnacle? I'm doing all right, thank you very much. I had a bit of a deeper conversation today, but nothing that was bad by any stretch of imagination. Having a good time, like exploring the realms of psychology and relationships and intimacy and all that jazz, you know? The 4th time ever? Oh, good on you, Kiara. Remember you take on sorry? Exactly, Pandajin. Exactly. And I'm saying at the time when someone says sorry to me, I respond with, what could you possibly be sorry for? Exactly. Oh, just sympathy stuff, things, bits and pieces. Yeah, huh? What? No, none of that. You insist on a donation link, there's no need to donate me. Thank you very much, Qualia, but there's no need. You're all good. You're all good, you beautiful being. This isn't a fucking payment scenario. You asked some advice, you use your channel points to do so. We explored the topic. Nothing more is required. They get extra crispy on the burning bridges? They do. Well, the thing is that I'm not afraid to hurt people's feelings. I think that the reason why I'm referred to as the nuclear warhead, as it were, is because I'm not afraid to hurt people's feelings. If something needs said, I'll say it. Oh, but that might hurt their feelings. Good. If it needs said, there's a good chance those feelings need to be hurt. People being unbelievably delicate around each other helps nobody. You need to have the awkward conversations. You need to have the disagreements. And in some situations, you need to cover a bridge in petrol and set it on fire, metaphorically speaking. You know? Sometimes, just be like that. Been struggling physically recently. It takes a toll mentally. Streams of a wide variety have been very welcome with the positives. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that you have found solace in such streams, both mine and others, Terry. Do you know what I mean? Enjoying listening. I'm glad to hear it. Your birthday is my son's birthday too. I'll never get huzzah. I actually did a Google of my own birthday the other day because somebody on one of my posts said, oh, I did a Google and found out your birthday, and I was like, oh fuck, can people get my birthday from Googling it? So I Googled it myself and it was wrong. And I was like, good, I'm actually glad that it's wrong. I'm okay for my birthday to be completely wrong on the internet. That is okay. That works for me. That's okay. That's great. Do you know what I mean? That is great. So, yeah, I did find that very entertaining. As long as the badger was consenting, goddammit. Don't burn the pandering bridge. Depends how many dad jokes you people throw at me, alright? What's your birthday? As in what day it is? Oh, I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you that. I can tell you it's sometime in July. Or sometime in the beginning to middle of July. And I can tell you that the party that I've got booked in is on the 16th. Oh, today. Yeah, I'm going to do the birthday party stream on the 16th because then on the 17th I want to go to Manchester and go to the Twitch Manchester meetup. 6th of September. Val was born on the 6th of the 9th, 1969. So true. It's so true. I've lied all of these years. Never forget, but also directly in the middle between Lose and Knives. Yeah. So it got me thinking of the scene, the Mummy O'Connell. It was like, I've got all the horses. That's a great fucking movie. Great fucking movie. July the 43rd. How did you know? God, don't tell anyone, alright? My pride and joy to have been born on the 6th of the 9th. Yeah, is that your actual birthday? That's amazing. That's amazing, Zara. Love this. Because sometimes we do the date order wrong here in the US. You do the date order wrong in the US. It makes no sense. It genuinely makes no sense. All right. If you do year, month, day, I can understand that. A lot of businesses do year, month, day because then it's easy to catalog like files and shit like that. Year, month, day. 26/06/15. Year, month, day. Day, month, year, like the British do and the Europeans do. The day, the month, the year. Americans, month, day, year. That makes no sense. There's no chronological sense in the things that you are saying. Why would you talk? Why? Why would you do this to yourself? Nothing we do is correct. Do everything wrong out of spite and then wonder why we're all miserable. And there does definitely seem to be an element of that, the other Greek. Where it's like, no, we're going to do it differently because fuck you guys. And it's like, you've made this harder for yourselves. You've literally made this more difficult for yourself. What the fuck? That's amazing. I love that, Zara. I fucking love that. Lochtor, how you doing, you beautiful being? Welcome on in. How's it going? How's it going? Right, friends. That's where I'm going to leave it today. Because I've definitely streamed longer than I usually do. But that's fine. That's all right. We can work with that. We can work with that. We're going to go throw some love at another delightful individual, though, because we always go and do that. So please, friends, stick around for the raid. Even if it's only like 5-10 minutes just to go throw some love at another wonderful human being, I would really appreciate it. And before we go anywhere, though, friends, could you do me a massive favor and throw some mod loves in the channel? You can use any kind of mod loves from any kind of channel. You can use any kind of love hearts from any kind of channel. Say a massive thank you to those wonderful moderators. Mods, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for all you do in and out of stream, all the stuff you do for me behind the scenes, all the stuff you do in this community. And I just really appreciate you being here for me. It means the world. It genuinely means the fucking world. Soft Signal, how you doing? As America, making things difficult out of spite is our culture. Yep, I've noticed that. I've noticed that. It's probably the reason why so many of you sue each other. I'm gonna sue you. Why? How does that help anybody? When your day is past the 12th, you can't mistake which is the month and which is the day. This is true. This is true. But still. What's this on 16th? So I couldn't really use a crazy birthday stream. Well, that's what we'll be doing. Fear ye not. I'm gonna try to help. I'm trying to win. Yes. Thank you so much, friends, for thanking the mods. I appreciate that. Right, let me have a quick look at who we can go throw some love at. We could raid you. We haven't raided you in a while. Like I said, friends, if you can stick around for the raid, even if it's only like 5-10 minutes, I would really appreciate it, just to go throw some love at another delightful individual. Is there anybody who's doing some more chatting shit? Or doing something that we could raid into and enjoy? Ooh. Oh, we haven't raided you in a while. Okay. We're going to go raid this delightful individual. It's been a while since we raided them, so we're going to go raid them. They're not doing just chatting, but they are playing a game that I enjoy. So we're going to do that. We're going to do that. Okay, friends, if you are a subscriber, please copy and paste the first raid message. If you're not a subscriber, please copy and paste the second raid message. That's the first Bot of Vein raid message for subscribers. The second Bot of Vein raid message for non-subscribers. We're going to go raid a good pal of mine. A good pal. A happy-go-lucky scamp of an individual. Who is chaotic and bizarre and peculiar in all of the best possible ways. In fact, when I first saw them in really real life at TwitchCon, they leapt upon me with the sweet elegance of a fine dancing gazelle. It's true. It's true. They're just fun. Just a very fun person. Friends, we're going to go raid my dear happy-go-lucky friend, Curly. We're going to go raid Curly. Curly's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful being. If you like it here, I'm sure you will like it over there. They do slightly more games than we do, but they are a retired ballet dancer turned chaotic streamer, and that's what I love about them. You know, they're just fun people. They're just fun people. Friends, if you're not in the raid up here, please click on the link down here. I don't do shout-outs anymore. That would pop them up here. However, that gives them a heads up that we're coming, and I don't like to give them that heads up. I don't like to do that.
Oh, you followed me. Ooh, you little stalker.
Thank you very much for the follow, you cheeky little devil. I love your name, but I won't call you out just in case you're lurking. Friends, thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much for the raids, the subs, the gift subs, all the cheeky little bitties. Thanks so much for the donations. Thanks so much for all the follows. Thanks so much for all you beautiful people joining in the conversation. Thanks so much for the respect that you showed to the conversation and your inputs to it. Thanks so much to all you beautiful lurkers, or should I say, watchers from the void. And thanks so much to all you beautiful individuals that are watching the VOD as well on the VODs of Vanity YouTube channel. I really appreciate it. Platendo, you beautiful being. Love your name. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Friends, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. BST, that's 1 p.m. British time, where we'll chat some shit, and then you get to choose from 5 games as to what we're going to be playing tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget, I've got an extra stream on Thursday as well. Until tomorrow, don't do anything I wouldn't do, because if I wouldn't do it, I'd fucking kill you. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye.
19 months.
See you later.
19.
Sparky, I love you.
Please.